I guess we'll start. Welcome. Hope you are all doing good. Yeah, I want to do some sound design today, or at least start with that. I am obviously working on a new sample pack, which I already said a couple of times in the previous streams, and I might want to make some sounds that we can, or that I can put in that pack. Frog bass. I saw the notification in my feed, but I didn't watch the video, so. Welcome everyone. Let's see. Is the chat fixed? That is the question. Also, I have a little bit of a hangover. I had early weekend last night, and I had one drink too many. So if I am a little quiet today or anything like that, then that is why. I'm feeling slightly better again, but I woke up with a hangover. Let's see. I think the chat looks fine. It even is good when I switch to the other view. Let's just hope it doesn't get stuck like last week. Because last week, for some reason, the chat just suddenly ended up quitting, and it was just like, well, it was basically just stuck. And then when I tried to fix that, the whole chat became invisible, and it wouldn't come back. But I logged out, I logged back in, so let's hope it's good. Been listening to DMB on SoundCloud. Man, it's been such a long time I've actually been on SoundCloud. I never really checked my SoundCloud, honestly. I will again when new music is done, but for the time being, I didn't really care too much. I guess we let's just make let's just make some drums first. We'll just make a snare first. Yo, Gray, welcome. Good to have you back, man. Good to have you back. Now, I've done this so many times, I'm not really gonna explain everything, because I think you guys know by now. And if you don't, just check my channel. There's plenty of videos there, especially the last couple of tutorials, where I've done this a lot of times. But I was watching the latest upload by Virtual Riot today, which was well, he's doing the studio time things, which are quite interesting. And he did a video about drums. When did he post it? Yesterday, I think. And he was doing something with hi-hats, where he was using FM to create hi-hats. And while he was doing that, I was like, I think you could do that same thing for snare drum tills. So let's try what he was doing there and see if we can make a snare till in the same way. Because I think that it would actually work pretty well for that. So he was using 4 oscillators with 4 square waves. Let's see if this works. Because this could be pretty cool for making snares, I think. And we're just gonna start with these all like that. And then we get a mess. Let's make this a bit more. Let's do something like that. Let's just do some random shit. Whatever, doesn't matter. Bunshin showed how he made the kick on Dancing in the Dark on his Patreon with only noise. I mean, that's perfectly possible, yeah. I mean, noise has basically every frequency in there, so it's just about boosting whatever frequency you need and basically isolating those from the rest of the frequencies. So yeah, it should perfectly be possible. Like even just taking noise and sweeping a filter with a high resonance across it will create a kick drum sound. As long as the envelope is fast enough. So yeah, it's just a different way of doing that, I guess. There's so many ways of making drums. Like you can take your phone and smack your desk a bunch of times. Just do that, and sorry for because that might have come through the mic, but just do that a bunch of times and resample the hell out of it, and you'll get some cool kicks as well. It's like, it doesn't really matter how you start making your drums, I guess. It's just whatever ends up sounding cool. And there's so many cool, interesting ways. But like I did the tutorial about snare drums where I just took some noise and instead of because normally I would say like, oh, I was making a snare drum with a till that sounded a bit like having like an acoustic resonance in it. And I was like, yeah, you can do that with like Addictive Drums or like Superior Drummer or some acoustic snare samples. But you can also take some noise and just take an EQ like FabFilter Pro Q, for instance, which allows you to lock the points to the actual notes at the bottom on the keyboard, right? And just boost resonances that you want. And you're gonna get a very similar thing. And if you then do that, like, I don't know, assign an envelope to the gain of those resonances, you can get all kinds of interesting things, or even automate them manually. So yeah, there's so many ways of creating drums. But I was watching that video and I was like, hey, that's actually, I think that could be pretty cool for making snare tills. So let's see what we get. If we just, so you get all kinds of weird resonances. And by changing so you get all kinds of and I guess if we put a let's put a pitch device in front of it. We get all kinds of and if we of course now, because it might also get some crazy low end, so we want to high pass this one. And let's bring the fundamental back as well. We might even just put some noise in this one as well to kind of make a really simple snare out of this one. Let's do that real quick. Let's just use that. I do like doing that separate because then I can use let's do it separate because that gives me a little bit more control. So let's just do another serum in here. Let me just... I mean, we don't have to do it. We can... Because there is noise in that as well. It's just that when we go up to the higher notes where we get more resonance, it kind of goes away. Sometimes. So I might want to just put a little bit of a noise layer in there so that there's always some noise. Let's see. Let's just do that real quick. We can always mute it. So just grab that one. Let's do a little... I still have figured out why it sometimes lags. My PC sometimes lags, and I have no clue why. I've been trying to figure it out, but haven't figured it out yet. Just create a little... movement. And let's do a high pass here. Let's just leave it there, it doesn't matter. Now, I like doing it separate because then we have, where is it? Audio effects, utilities, align delay, and we can put that after the serum with the noise and just link these. And then we can just slightly offset the noise so that we have a little bit of a delay for the transient to come through, and then the noise comes up. So if you go too far, you get... Right wide is still the best one, and let's just go put an EQ after this. Let's put this one in as well. See what we get. So see, for instance, there, really high pitch, but we get some really... And I guess we can do a little bit of that, we can do that align delay on here as well. And let's grab ourselves, let's put a little reverb on it. After everything, probably. Just a little bit. And let's start messing with it. Let's just do a frequency shifter here. Modern snare claps. I mean, it's just making a snare and a clap and then just layering them, right? It's it's not that complicated. It's just the whole idea of making drums is basically it's always going to be the same thing. It's just that it's about tweaking the individual parts that make up the drums. But the process is most of the time very similar. It's just, yeah, whatever you throw in, just try stuff out and see what sounds cool. Like, and we can also put this, like we can also group these two. Would that be cool? Yeah, maybe. Group those so they're in a separate rack, and put that shifter in here, so that the fundamental stays the same, but okay, let's put some compression on it afterwards here. Let's just clip that a bit. And let's grab ourselves telephoto, I guess. Let's put it here. And we need an external instrument in here. Send that to telephoto. Now we can also see it, which is nice. I'm gonna make it a little bit. And I think the fundamental can be a bit shorter, so let's go in here. Playing around a bit here. So now we can basically start messing with all of these, and we get a whole bunch of different options, because if we go still think it sounds let's grab you so we can hear it a little bit better. So many weird options for tills that you can create that way. Maybe we can throw in some kind of a convolution reverb, maybe? Like take the hybrid reverb and let's put that here. Or let's put it here. I'm just gonna group this. Already sounds pretty nice with that on. Kind of gels it together a bit because the fundamental has the reverb on it as well, so it's kind of running through. Well, the fundamental is kind of getting a little bit longer now, and it bleeds a bit more into the noise because of that reverb. Even though it's a very short one, it's only about 300 milliseconds, but. Yeah, so you have already, we can make so many snares out of this one single track, which is kind of nice. Obviously this is a little bit long, so I might want to make sure that this doesn't get any longer than a particular length. But we can also put another LFO tool after it, for instance, to cut it short again, or to kind of gate it, or just use a gate. Like if we take another LFO tool, put that here, just do the same thing again. I guess I could have just copied the other one, but doesn't matter. Just do that, envelope, and then we need another external instrument, so let's just duplicate that one. And then we need that LFO tool. And it is getting a little bit late for some reason. I'm not sure why that is. I'm not sure why that is happening. Because we are triggering it, so... And there is no things creating a big latency. Why are you not re-triggering properly? It is right here, see? So... Oh, that's just a delay of the reverb, of course. Ah, okay. Sure, I know it. Oh, I'm just stupid. Let's just put this here. And then it's like that, yeah. Oh, that one. So now we can just take that. Let's go back in here and let's... Can we get this one a bit more... Like we can just put it somewhere where it's more resonant. Ooh, that's weird. And then if we put, do we already have a frequency shifter here? Not in this chain by itself. So let's just take a frequency shifter again. And we're just gonna chuck that. Yeah, my mic is off. My bad. My mic was off. Let's move on to something else. What should we do? I'm not entirely happy with how that one turned out, but it's fine. Let's move it down there. Hello, you don't have to say hello twice. Let's go and... Hey, mate, what nonsense are you saying in the chat? Did I use a VSD2 serum? Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's add a kick. Let's make a kick here. Immediately we're getting sidechain. This is in the key. I would say A sharp something, because F is the fifth of A sharp. So let's just see. This clip is in C, and I want to leave that in C so that I don't have to worry when I move it over to, or when I start layering things. We're just gonna set this to be the right pitch. So C, we can do 5 up here and then bring this down. Then we're gonna get an F note. And we can make these a little longer. Let's make them an 8 note long. Okay, let's put you there. There we go. Maybe a little long. You can go do whatever you want, basically. Oh, that's kind of cool. Why not? I mean, it works, so that's all that matters, right? I mean, we can leave this one really basic, maybe, and just start layering it. That might be good. Like, we have that snare, but it's not gonna fit well. It doesn't sound that good, honestly. So instead, I'm just gonna go and I mean, this was a fun experiment, but fuck it. Goodbye. find a nice one. And we need the other one. That one. I would mostly use Addictive Drums if I use anything like that, because that's the one that I own. I want to try maybe, let's see if we can do like some kind of a clap or something. That might be cool. Let's go and search for clap. Again, it's against so many claps here, but don't really feel like making clap from scratch with synthesis, which is perfectly possible, but give me a layer. Let's find another one. An 808 clap. Let's lay that in there. Why not? this one, I'm going to... Let's quickly fix this real quick. I'm going to... this is... I think this is just the exact same thing. Yeah, it looks like it. So it's literally just one beat that is looped. That's good. So I can just do this, and then say consolidate, so that I only have to do this once. There is a little extra thingy here, but there's no sound there. See, it comes in a little bit late. So we want to have one marker here. Then we're going to put a marker right there. And we have one here. And we'll put one right over here somewhere. And let's just slice to new MIDI track. Let's just do warp marker. We're going to get 5, but that's fine. We're just not going to use the first one. And why the last one is that short, I have no clue. Let's see how that last one looks. Why is that? Let's just do that. And we don't need that one, that's just silence, so let's just delete that. But now we can just do this, 16s, do that, and then we can just loop this, if we turn loop on. We're just gonna get the same thing, but now quantized. And now I can just dial in how much groove I want if I add my groove template to the groove pool, which you can't see because it's behind the chat, but you'll be, well, you have to trust my word. No, here, down here, see? So we have my DMB groove late 16s, which basically just moves that one and that one slightly to the right. So now with that on it, we get a very similar thing as to what that thing looked like at first, because if we look at the original sample, you can see that these ones are slightly late. See? Like they're like a little bit late from the grid line where they should line up if we would align it to the grid. And that is because I used that groove on it. So, because it's in the sample and I want to basically just dial in how much I want using MIDI, I'll just do it like that. And then, now it already has that same kind of thing. And I can say maybe a little bit less. And let's mute that one for now. Yeah, I just want to have a different hat because I don't like that one. So let's get rid of this and let's just create a MIDI track. And we'll just grab a bunch of hat samples. Drums, hits, hats. I mean, we can use the BHK ones. So some pretty classic hat samples, but that's fine. Instrument, let's do a drum rack. And let's just drag 128 of those hat samples in there. I'm just gonna do a couple of things here. I'm gonna, let's see, I'm gonna turn snapping off and copy that to all the siblings so that all the other ones in there also have snapping turned off. And then I'm gonna turn it to gate and then copy that to all the other ones as well. So that I can basically cut the head short if they're a little bit of a longer head, for instance. I don't think so, because I think most of these are closed heads. Or like pretty closed heads. Maybe we should take a few of them out here and put a few open heads in here as well. Let's just grab I don't know, something like that. Let's just delete those. Let's do 2 more, just for good measure. And then we have how many? 12. I don't know exactly how many, but I think we can just drag a bunch in. Open heads. Oh, it's not even that many. So we'll just drag these in. We even have... I don't think I... Well, whatever. We have enough. So now we have some open heads there as well. We just need to make sure that we do this again. So gate, that, and snapping off. Like that. Give it a little bit more of a fade. Copy that as well. And maybe bring this one up a little. Copy. Now we have so many heads here, we can just start trying some out. Like that one sounds pretty good. And even, like, I don't mind layering them, honestly. Like, for instance, one like that. We can easily layer that. But... let's do this. Let's just find one. Let's do that. We're now just making drums, I guess. But that's fine. Pass. Not the panning, please. And we could... what happens if we layer these two? And then... take a saturator. Yeah, I'm gonna do that separate. Let's just take this one. And let's just grab an oscillator on a sine wave. And this is playing a C, so let's just change that note to an F0 maybe? Oh. I pass. Doesn't matter which one, but... See, we can create some, like, white noise. Like, not white noise, but wide noise, because I'm using a stereo noise sample. And then when we have that layered with the kick, it creates, like, a nice... Can be a really nice layer for, like, a kick drum, especially the one on the downbeat. Just make sure, because, like, as you can see, even though we high-passed it, there's still quite a bit of stuff there for some reason. This one is still pretty shit, but... That one is pretty alright, but... Let's try some other ones. Let's go all the way up here to those open heads. Don't really like the open heads. Like, we might not even need a head on that first beat. But let's just keep it in. Oh, that's the one downside of having all of those. Let's just do that. So, this one. That one is still pretty shit. Let's see if we can make that one better. Bit more of that. I should probably just, wait, one moment. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Save as default preset. Yes. So that oversampling is on. By default. Don't know why it wasn't. And because we have this saturated with the soft clip on, we can literally just boost quite a lot here. And even though it's clipping, it's gonna be cut off there, so... Yeah, I definitely think we could layer something under here to fill this up here. But I'm just seeing if we can make this one a little bit nicer. Let's do... Let's take an LFO2 at the end here. And grab ourselves an external instrument to re-trigger that one. So that we can use this to basically control the length of it. Because we might want to... Like for drum and bass, you sometimes want really tight drums, right? So, and we can even use it to do some weird shaping on it, like... Like we can literally create an extra point here, for instance, like an extra... Like if you know what a clap looks like, right? It's like basically just... It's almost like... It's like well, I can show it. Like basically here you can see in the waveform, right? There's like a little shape that's something like this, and then goes down again, and then comes up again, and then it goes down a final time, right? That's kind of the shape of the clap. Like that's kind of what creates a clap, a shape like that on the volume of noise. So if you know that, you can just kind of just start adding like extra bits here if you want to make it more or less crunchy. Like even that can sound pretty cool. That's actually kind of interesting. It's now a really weird clap. If we resample that, we should be able to see that as well. But that could actually be pretty cool as a clap. Yeah, see? We just get a really weird clap. But why not? Right? It kind of sounds cool. So sometimes stuff like that can be really, really weird. But because it's so quick, you can probably get away with it. You can make it really short. So it's like just a tiny gap in the clap. But why not? Right? When you're making drums, it really doesn't matter that much. Let's grab something to layer underneath it, maybe. I do have a bunch of snares that we could maybe use. Like just a simple one, maybe. But not too much going on. Then we have to group these. So we can drop that one right here. Oh, that's... What? Why do you sound so weird? Because of that one. We're just gonna take this and drop that right here. So the snare drum is entirely by itself. that's better. Maybe one that's a little bit higher. We really can just probably do something like that maybe. And then we get some space for the snare to come through. And now the clap is basically the tail of the snare, because we're only using that very tiny first part of the snare. And then we have this as sort of like the tail, which is basically just a clap. But together, kind of starts sounding like an interesting snare. So this one can be a little bit louder. That's kind of cool as well. Yeah, we're mostly just doing some sound design today. We're not really necessarily making a track. Grab a drink. One moment. One moment. Drink. What do we got? Dr. Pepper. That's always good. Yo, Kendall, why you... My candle is, well, I pick it up and the flame got bigger again. It was almost going out. Don't do that. Burn. Burn! Make it smell nice in here, please. Yeah, maybe we could see what... Let's see. Where's that thing? Yeah, Jay sent me a video, which... Download that. Well, I guess we can download that. Jay sent me a video of some kind of an owl, and he was like, "Yo, this could be a sound." So, can we? Why is there no fucking player here down the bottom where you can just put it back at the start? Okay, that's the start, I think. So he sent me a video of an owl. Okay, I guess we'll download it. Download Instagram. Can we do to MP3? Instagram audio downloader. Oh wait, no, I have a much better way. Let's not use any dodgy website. I'm just gonna launch Adobe Audition. Yeah, fuck that. Just open Audition. And let's just make a new file, new audio file. We want that. It's gonna call that owl sound. I think. Okay, that was kind of the start, I guess. Record. Yeah, it works. I think that was already it, but let's just do... Yeah, okay. Cool. Stop. Let me just cut that. Export. Why did I do this? I completely forgot I had that I completely forgot I had that that piece of software, that sampler that just records the audio. I could have used that. It would have been so much easier. Rolling sampler, that was it. Whatever, I already did it now. No. So now, I think we should have that owl sound right here. Let's grab an audio track. This part right here is so fucking weird. Let's do that. Oh yeah, there's sidechain happening as well. Let me move it down here. So, let's see. See what we get. That one, it has kind of fucked up, so let's just do that. And I'm gonna get rid of... Let's do that. And I guess we can move that one a little bit. That's roughly 16s here. Looks about right. No, he said, "Yo, try that." I'm gonna try it, but I have no clue if it will sound good, and I might rage quit in just a bit if I don't like it. So, let's just see. We're gonna go and drop something on here. Let's well, because we have 16s now, we can take another track, and take a serum maybe. Let's grab notes and let's do rumble. We just need a pitch envelope, and we have the rumble bass. It's gonna get really similar to that, I feel, with this sound. Especially if we start automating that to come in over time, and we'll just have a variation on the Skrillex rumble bass, but made different. That's the feeling that I feel that this would end up in, and I'm not sure if I want to do that, honestly. Let's see. Let's put something on it that will make it distort. We can try using Spec Ops, see what we get. So Spec Ops, if we do it with the sub, then... And then we have to do this. It basically becomes distortion. And then we can also use all these things here. Let's do... Let's try compress, maybe? And we're gonna put that so that it's not affecting the sub, but only the upper parts. We get all kinds of... Yeah, right? It's like, it's gonna turn into that real quick. Because that track is so fucking relevant right now. And everybody that... Like, I've actually seen it happen. I saw, it was absolutely hilarious. I forgot which track it was, but I was just listening to some music, and it was some kind of a deep dubstep label. That just, it releases deep dubstep all the fucking time. And I'm gonna be willing to almost bet some money on it, that they've released like hundreds of tracks with like either 16th note sub wobbles or 12 or triplet note sub wobbles, right? Like 12 notes. And they released a new tune, sounded nothing like Rumble, but mind you, the only thing that was sort of like remotely similar was that it had a 16th note sub bass sort of like wobble. Not really with the same kind of feel or same kind of sound. It didn't have a pitch envelope in it, for instance. It was literally just a sub bass wobble. And I kid you not, there were like, I think 10 comments on the video, and like 6 of them were sounds like Rumble. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Skrillex, why the fuck did you do this? Now everybody's gonna call deep dubstep, oh, you're just making Rumble. But I laughed my ass off. I was like, oh my god. I knew it. It's just, you know, people hear that and they're like, it's a deep dubstep wobble. But yeah. And I bet there's probably more releases coming out right now, especially in the deep dubstep kind of sound, which have similar kind of bass lines. Let's be honest. It's just that he added a pitch envelope into it, basically, to make it kind of like a kick. That's the only difference from like a regular deeper dubstep kind of bass. And now there are probably also going to be loads of people, especially young kids, that are going to think that Skrillex came up with it, you know, with that sound. And they're going to be like every deep dubstep thing because they have no clue about the history of dubstep. They only think like dubstep is being like the brostep kind of stuff, right? And then they're going to be like, oh, you're just copying Skrillex. It's hilarious. I love how that stuff happens. But we could maybe make it cool. Let's see. See if we can get something out of it. Ooh. Kinda like it. It's kinda getting dirty. I mean, I was introduced to dubstep as well when like basically Benga and Scream and all those guys in the UK were doing dubstep, like the deeper stuff. That's what got me into dubstep, honestly. I'm not gonna be like that guy and say like I don't like brostep. There's definitely I just don't fucking like the name. That's that's how I hate the fucking name. But I do like it. It has its place. I guess rhythm is kind of what took over now. And it has its place, but it's not really my thing. Like, I'm not necessarily liking it too much. It just, every now and then, I might be like, yeah, I'm in the mood for some, but I would much rather just listen to heavy drum and bass, right? Or some other kind of heavy bass music. Most of the time, I feel like, with rhythm, it needs something special that makes me go like, oh, that's original. Because otherwise, I'm not even gonna bother enjoying or listening to the full tune most of the time. It's like everything sounds so fucking similar that I'm like, whatever, you know? Yeah, that too. I feel like drum and bass has a lot more groove. Although in like rhythm and heavier dubstep, I'm gonna give credit though. There's definitely some artists that are doing some really interesting things with the groove and like the rhythm of their basses and all that kind of stuff and the percussion. But it's just so fucking saturated that finding those good tracks means you're gonna have to sit through a whole bunch of fucking shit tracks to find them. And I'm like, I don't know, mate. You know, I do like the more health time kind of stuff. That is more like the, I guess, the more hip hop kind of drum beat kind of style, but with drum and bass kind of sounds in it. You know, that I really like that. Even if those tracks are at like 140, 150 kind of tempo. But yeah, with like a lot of rhythm, it's like, you know, like after hearing a couple of tunes with a quarter note bass line, you know, it gets old pretty quick. Controversial opinion: DnB artists make better 140 than actual 140 producers. I mean, in my opinion, the best artists that or the artists that I would listen to that are making 140 stuff every once in a while that I like the most are usually people that indeed have a background in drum and bass in some way. So I would, in some kind of a way, agree with you. We need some extra high end on that. Let's do. We add an erosion here. Let's see, because I do think this could be a fun bass. Let's mute all of that so that we can hear it with the kick. And what if we take... I'm gonna copy this one, this sidechain. I'm gonna put that on the sub here. So it only ducks the sub down. Could be cool, maybe. Although yeah, I do. Let's just do the entire bass. Fuck it. I mean, it sounds interesting. Ooh. Okay, wrong way. Ooh, that one is interesting. Has a really weird tone. Let's see what happens if we mess with the window. Gets a slightly different tone. It's just a way of how it, I guess, splits the FFT bins. Clean is pretty good though. And let's add some more stuff. Let's see how more we can fuck this up. Compress maybe? And let's just... oh yeah, the sub is running through here as well. So let's maybe do a different area. Oh, we already had compress. Let's do a different one. Sorry. Okay, slide up is not that nice for this. Let's try effects maybe. Smear is always interesting. Basically just if we do this on the entire sound, you'll be able to hear more what it's doing. See, it's just... which can actually be a really cool effect. Like if you, for instance, let's say you want to use this in a build-up, or in like a section before the drop, you can use the smear and just introduce it with it. Like if we take this and just, let me just quickly take the sidechain off. Like you can have that in the build as percussion almost, and just automate this down. And hear how it starts sounding more and more like the original bass. Really cool effect for using for like builds and stuff like that. Like, I should use that a lot more. It actually works really well on this sound. It's almost like a high-pass filter, but it's not. It's smearing the frequencies, but I think there's still plenty of low end in it. It's just getting a little bit quieter. But I think if we look at it with an EQ, there's still some. Is this spectral compender? I wonder if that's in front of these effects or after. I would assume after, but because it sounds like it's after, but I'm not entirely sure. Could also be before it. Can be pretty heavy distortion as well, by the way. I love this plugin. This plugin is just so interesting. There's so many things you can do with it that just make things really, I don't know. It's great to create things that would be really hard to recreate, I guess. Let's find something cool. MP3-ify. What's that gonna do? It's also a really good plugin for resampling drums. I should probably put the smear in the last one, so that I can use it as like for like a build, like I said earlier, and use this one for the other thing, so that it's not last in the chain. So many other ones here. Dust storm. I think that just adds like a noisy kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Thinner. You don't even hear much of a difference anymore at this point. I guess it's slightly thinner in sound, but it's very subtle. And we can also modulate it, of course, so we can say, should we do saw, maybe? Let's assign that to there, maybe? Let's sync that. Oh, it was already synced. Jesus. Yo. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like that second one. So let's just get rid of that. Come on. Like that. There we go. Are you doing... Are you getting... Oh yeah, you're getting signal. Okay, good. Basically like a Foreman shifter. Fucking crazy drop. Not sure if I wanna go for a drop like this, but good work. Yeah, don't mind this thing here, that's not doing anything. How can we make this more interesting? Let's try... And let's grab these. Doesn't really do much at the moment. Wait, let's grab something else. Let's do... I have a better idea. Let's grab a Serum Effects. I guess we can drop that right here. Not really doing much. Let's try something else. Delay maybe? Let's link those. That's weird. Move it somewhere at the start, maybe? What happens if you put it in front of everything? That gets really weird. Almost no difference. Yeah. became a really weird thing. Let's get rid of that. I don't like it. I mean, that does work, so I feel like this could also work well with like an open hat here. So let's just see what that would sound like. Do we have better ones? Let's find some other hats. They're like more like noise hats, but that's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of interesting. We don't even need that hit on the snare. I just found out. Basically sounds the exact same if we don't have that on the snare. Yeah, I'm torn about this. I don't really like it, honestly. I mean, it could work, but it doesn't fit anything that I want to make right now, that I would want to release. So I'm thinking about that right now. Do I want to spend time doing this, or do I just want to make something that I would actually want to release? God damn it, Kendall, come on. Don't go out. There you go. Like, I wouldn't see me making a track like this, honestly. it's cool. Like maybe somebody the likes of Current Value would do something like this, but I wouldn't really know what to fit it with the things that I'm already working on right now, if you get what I mean. Like, it is a cool sound though. Like if you put something here in that gap, then yeah, it will probably work better. But still, the whole thing would stay the same. So, I'll save this because I might wanna play with it later. I'll save it, so just so we have that. I'm quickly gonna take a little bathroom break. I'll be back in like a minute or two. Grab myself a new drink downstairs as well because I'm halfway through my Dr. Pepper. I'll find some music real quick. Check. Let me find some music. Not sure how well this one sounds, but let me check real quick for you guys. Does that look like it is a tune? Not really. It's more like some empty stuff. I'll grab the one that I had already, that I used a bunch of times. Let's just do that. I'll be back in just a little bit, and I'll see what we'll do. Maybe we'll go through some other projects and see if we can find something to work on, or we just make some other stuff. But I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, I'm back. So, we can do a couple of things. I was thinking, while I was downstairs, and I can go, open up some older projects and just see if we can find something to work on. I also have a shit ton of projects in, well, over a whole bunch of different folders. And I put them all together in one folder now, or at least there's a couple of subfolders still, but they're at least all together in one place. So I also need to go through all those projects and basically organize them and figure out which ones are worthy to finish, or which ones are worthy to turn into full tracks, basically. So we could also do that. Or we could just find one and work on it. Sounds like a good plan. Yeah, like I have so many ones. And I also have a bunch of ones that I made recently of like basically just ideas for drops. And I need intros for those, but I already have so many intros in those old projects, so we might find some that could fit one of those tracks. That could also work. Let me just... I'll switch to this one. For now, webcam will be back in just a bit, guys. Don't worry. For some reason, the chat in this window is still not there. Maybe if you guys chat, it will actually show up, but... Let's see. Let's give that a little test. No, it works. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's see. Let's see what we have. We have so many projects, and potentially some good ones in there. So, what would be smart to do? I guess if we just make a folder in here with like finish or something like that. Let's just make a folder. Not right there, but right there. Let's call that. If I do a dash, does it show up at the top? It does. Nice. And then maybe another one. Let's just call that stems. That's just for the ones that I wanna just grab some samples from or something, or just some other stuff. And maybe we should make a trash folder as well. Okay. Ah, now this one is empty as well. See, I really still don't know why that is happening. Because it makes no sense why it empties out the chat. Because early in the stream, when I switched from the intro view to this view, the chat was not emptied. And that's basically the same thing. It's just switching from one view to the other. And sometimes it doesn't empty the chat, and other times it does. Which doesn't make much sense, because the settings are the same, right? At least it's not getting stuck today, so that's good. Okay, let's save this project. I already did. And I'm just gonna go and see, what do we have here? We have a lot. That's one thing that's for sure. I also have a folder with 2 tracks in there that are 2 tracks that I kind of want to finish for the EP. So let me put that into the finish category. Okay, so those in the right spot. And then let's just open something up. 11/11/2022. Let's open it up. See what it sounds like. This is more, I guess, more a stream where we're just going through some stuff and seeing if we have some cool things to finish. I mean, we need to do that as well. We can have a chat at the same time. If there's any questions or anything you want to talk about, feel free to drop it in the chat. We are missing some samples. That is understandable because I moved some stuff around. I had to. I remember I was doing the stream with where I was using Ashlight and Straylight and Farlight, those 3 libraries from Native Instruments, the granular ones. And I was dragging my own custom samples in it, and it wouldn't work. I figured out what it was. So the folders that I used for my samples, basically my own samples, so the ones that I made, and like my sample packs and all that stuff, I had put like an emoji, basically, like a Unicode emoji in the name of the folder. So the folders with the samples had like a little CD disc in it, and then the folders with the tracks that I was working on had like a little, what was it, a music icon or something like that. Or no, I think those had a disc icon, and then the ones that the sample folders had like a little drum icon or something like that. And that emote, even though it's a Unicode emote, that just is, you can use that all across the internet. You can just copy paste it, and it basically just acts like a character in text, basically. You can just copy it and shit. It's not an image. It was throwing off Contact, and that was basically making it so that Contact, well, the drag and drop sample thing wouldn't work. And I found it out because I was like, I tried out a different folder on like my old hard drives with some of my really old samples, and those actually worked. And I was like, huh? So I was like, is it a file permission thing or something? And I was like checking the file permissions and like the folder permissions. And I found out like, oh, the only difference is that these folders which I was trying on stream had that emote in it. And I was like, okay, let's see if I take it out. And then it suddenly worked. So I just got rid of those file names and just changed them. I'm just starting with music production. Should I look at getting Serum and other plugins? I guess what you should do is just get like your DAW, obviously, like Ableton, for instance. And I would actually advise you to not buy any synths right away, but just explore Ableton and learn that first. Because there's so much you can do with stock stuff. Maybe you want to get one synth, like I guess Serum would be a really good one, but you could also use Vital, for instance, which is free. But just get maybe one extra synth, but don't like buy a shit ton of plugins right away, because that's just a recipe for just having a bunch of plugins and not knowing how to use them, basically. In my opinion, the best thing to do is just first learn Ableton and try and just make stuff with the stock stuff, because that way you kind of get familiar with a lot of the things. And maybe Serum then would be a good choice as a first synth, because there's just a ton of tutorials about Serum, and a lot of tutorials will be using Serum. So that makes it a little bit easier to kind of learn stuff. But don't buy like 10 plugins or something, because you don't need 10 plugins when you're just starting out. Most of the things that you can buy third-party plugins for, you can do with stock stuff as well. So, like, it's tempting, right, to buy that beautiful sounding reverb, for instance, or buy that nice delay or whatever, but your DAW is going to come with a reverb, and your DAW is going to come with a delay, so just use those first and get familiar with everything. So that will make things a lot more easier down the line, I think. So we have a bunch of missing things, and we need to fix that. So you can see down here at the bottom of my screen, at the bottom right of this window, you can see that the samples folder had that little drum icon in it. And that was just to make them for myself, just when I'm looking at it in the file explorer, just be able to see like right away, okay, those are my sample folders, those are the folders where I have like my tracks and all that kind of stuff, like my reference tracks and all that shit. But it was really throwing off the drag and drop into contact. So, and I think it actually was maybe also because there was another plugin that, which one was that? I remember I had another plugin where the drag and drop also wouldn't work. Oh yeah, and that is probably the exact same reason, because that was also a contact library. Remember, I was doing the live stream with Playbox, the Native Instruments library, and that one also had drag and drop. You could drop your custom samples in, and when I did it, it just completely broke the library, and it was saying like, oh, we cannot drag and drop didn't work, and sample cannot be found, and I was like, what? So I think that might also be fixed now. So that's good. Let's see if we can find these. Like if I just set this to my folder, so I guess just that one. Yeah, that should be good. And then just do go. It's probably gonna find them. Because I know they're all in those folders, it's just because the file name has changed of the folder, I need to reconnect it. But that's fine. No samples are lost. The best thing is to just do a collect all and save at the end when you're sort of like, I guess, stopping your session. Okay, not entirely sure what this is, but it's going through some folders now. There's a good amount of samples in there, so it will take a little bit of time. It's going through some MIDI stuff as well. That's not really needed. Well, let's just wait for this to finish. I think there's a MIDI pack in there or something. It's not the Unison MIDI pack, don't worry, it's the free one. Because no fucking way I would spend money on that. And I'll probably delete that folder because I never use it anyway. Okay, fuck this. It's taking way too long. Let's do this. Where are you? MIDI chords. Yeah, it's these folders right here. These ones. There's a lot of MIDI clips in there. Let me just get rid of those because I never use them. There we go. Now this is gonna be a lot quicker. There we go. Now it doesn't have to go through all of those MIDI files for no reason. It still shows a couple of things here though. What the fuck? Cancel. MIDI chords. Ah, there's another one here. Yeah, I never use this, so goodbye. I only need the chord progressions because those are some chord progressions that I wrote. And in the skills, is there something there? I think there might be some traditional Japanese skills or something, so let's check that. Just quickly clean this up a bit because... Come on, delete all of that. Why are you hanging? There we go. Skills. Yeah, that's just some Japanese skills, so I want to keep those. That's all good. Okay. Go. Relink the samples, please. That was much quicker. So now, from now on, everything should be going quicker when we open up the projects. Not sure what this thing sounds like, but we're gonna find out in just a bit. Okay, we are still missing a few. Or no, we're not missing anyone. We just have to... Yeah. Which one was it? They are named the exact same. Where is it used? Right here. Oh, I don't think there's much of a bass line in this tune yet. It's just I was just messing with a loop here. So let's just pick a random one, it doesn't matter. Yes. Okay. We have one missing here, but I know where it is. We can just take that. And that is everything fixed. So what do we have here? What do we have here? Nothing there. What is this? This is not making any sound. Because we're missing something here. The tracks references. That's one downside because I changed the name of those folders, so... The Great Silence of Melody Sheep. Okay. Let me grab that. Audio... Which one was it? Life Beyond 3. The Great Silence. Okay. Fix that one. And this one is probably the same thing. Yeah. Re-import. There we go.
It's your fault.
I do like the snare here, but that's just one of my samples that I made already, so we don't have to export that. Don't think I'm not gonna keep much from this project file, honestly. Let's see what we have in here. There's some stuff that's turned off. It's one of those projects where not really too much in here that I want to keep, I think. Is that just some kind of a sub bass? Yeah. Okay, cool. Next project. Let's go and open up the next one. Yeah, let's save it so that everything is linked and we don't have to redo that again. Sweet, that is what I'm doing at the moment, thank you. Just fiddling in Ableton, having fun with it. Yeah, exactly, just do that, because, you know, there's so much to learn, and just start following tutorials, and when you follow a tutorial, just be sure that when you follow it, like, don't keep going to the next tutorial every single time, but just, when you've watched the tutorial, go into your DAW and start basically practicing with what you just learned from the tutorial, because otherwise you're never gonna learn things. You kind of want to Well, you will learn things, but you will only master it by doing it, if you get what I mean, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, we can just do this. And you really want to practice. So, when you've learned something, just start messing with it and pay close attention to what it sounds like. Okay, everything is fixed right away. That's good. What is this? We might be missing something more here. Maybe not. What's this? I cannot remember this one. I mean, that ambience is nice. I mean, this is not too bad, actually. It has no drop from the looks of it, it's just an intro, but... I do like that atmosphere, that pad, which is really growing over time, so that's kind of cool. I mean, this could be an intro for sure. This could be an intro. Oh yeah, and before I forget, the one from that we just had is gonna go into the trash folder. So let's dump that into the trash folder. Not necessarily going to delete those, but the trash folder is just gonna be stuff that I probably will never finish and never do anything with. So might get removed at some point, but this one is not. This one can definitely be something. Like, this project is called EP Starter, and I think what I had in mind when I started this to kind of use this as like a track to open the EP with, which makes sense with that sort of like building tension over time in the intro, especially here because it's really empty. It has room for like adding some other melodic things, and then here it gets a lot bigger, so it could be a good starting track for an EP if this has a good drop. So what is all of this down here? What's that? Some weird ARP. Yeah, exactly. The trash folder is probably going to be used for extracting samples from and stuff like that. That'll probably drop on Patreon. That's usually what I do for like when I have a month where I don't really know what to do for the Patreon pack. I usually just start opening up projects and just start going through some projects and just bouncing samples. Like honestly, that's usually what I do. Unless I've had like a like most of the time I'll have like one or two projects of like a sound design session where I just had an afternoon making samples and making sounds, and I'll just open one of those and just bounce all the ones that sound cool, you know? And that way I have samples for Patreon. Yeah, I think I know why this one was muted. Because it doesn't really fit the vibe. What is this? Kind of a bass? Not really that special. And what is this? Okay. Okay. A scream. Okay. I mean, it's an interesting sample. The hell is this sample?
And she. And she.
Ah! That's the, I know what it is. I shouldn't play that too long. I might get the stream copyright claimed if I do. I think that's the June soundtrack. I was like, what the hell is the sample? It sounds familiar. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, this does sound cool, so let me, give that a save. And let's say, I mean, those don't really sound cool, so let's just get rid of that. What is this? That's just a sub hit, I think. Yeah, I'll just leave that in. That might be handy at some point. But yeah, this is a this one could be something. So, you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm gonna create a folder called intros, so that all the projects that are just intros, I'm just gonna drop those in that folder. So let's make another folder called intros. Intros. And drop that there as well. And then I'm gonna be smart. And I'm gonna bounce this one to an audio file in that folder. So that I have both the project file and an audio bounce of it. So I don't have to open the audio the projects if I want to find an intro for a track I'm working on. Let's just make this a little bit of an organization stream, I guess. Let me go to the folder. Intros. And I'll just leave the name the same as the project file, so that it's gonna be in that folder. It's gonna make it so much easier if we're working on like a drop somewhere in the next future streams and I need an intro. I can just find it. Maybe I should have put the key in the file name. That might make it easier as well. What is the key of this? Looks like D sharp. D sharp. Yeah, it's D sharp. And I'm just gonna put that. Let's just put that here. D sharp. Me after I can't come up with a banger. Yeah. I mean, it's a cool sample though. Like, I just took a small portion of it and then just looped one section to kind of make it sound like a longer scream. But it does kind of sound cool. It could be a cool sample. I might just use it somewhere. Bye. We're gonna be able to fill an entire stream with doing this, honestly, because I have so many folders here. You can't see it right now, but as soon as this is done, I'll show you. So that's done. let's save. So if I do this real quick, which empties out the chat, so guys, please chat. You can see right here, we have this folder, which is already filled with a good amount of projects. Let me actually go to do this one real quick. So that's not too much, right? But then if we go in here, we have more. That's just City Skylines background music. We got some more shit down there. Some job stuff that's not really, we don't have to go through that. But then we have, for instance, this folder, Project Vault. Those are my old projects. And there we got another shitload of projects. And then there is remixes. Oh, that's just one thing, not really two. But there's another trash folder down here with some projects. And then those two folders, I think that one is empty, yeah. And then here we got even more stuff. Finish, almost done. Old projects, by the way. These are old stuff as well. And here we have a ton more, which these are already kind of organized, so I might want to go through them still, though, because there's probably, my opinion on them has probably changed. And then there's a lot. So we can do this for quite a while. But, yeah, I need to do this, because otherwise those tracks will never get finished, right? So, let's open up the next one, and let's see what we got there. So let's open up the 23rd of December. What did I do on the 23rd of December? It's probably a live stream day. Let's do this then. Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember watching a stream a long time ago of Fox Stevenson doing the same thing on stream. And I remember back then thinking to myself, fuck, I could do this on stream as well. Like, why not? And I never did. And it's also good because sometimes you'll have completely forgotten about a project and you'll open it up again and be like, oh, why didn't I ever finish this? Because it sounds fucking awesome. Or you might just go like, hey, that one sound in there is really cool. I'm just gonna take that one sound out of it and I'm gonna make a track with that. Okay, we got two ones that are okay. Those are the exact same, so we can just do this, and it has fixed everything. What is this? From the looks like, oh yeah, and we also need to move the other project, so this one, EP Starter one, is gonna go into the intros folder. Because it was just an intro. And a good one. So, then it's gonna go into that folder. What is this? Shitty fucking drums, holy shit. Those sound fucking crap. Is the snare garbage? Yeah. Kind of. Drum Monkey starter pack. This one is, yeah, a bit shit. Like, mostly the snare is shit. The kick is good, though. Like, that's just one of the kicks for the upcoming drum sample pack, so I don't really have to bounce that one. These ones as well. Like, these loops will all be included in that pack as well. Or look, these not. These are already on Patreon. This one, the tambourine loop. That's from one of the Patreon packs. I am making a lot of hi-hat loops and shit for the pack as well, so I'm gonna be making more shakers and tambourines for the pack. So, but these drums don't really sound too good. So, what do we have here? The fuck is this? Okay. Okay. Ah, I think I remember which stream this was. Hey. Was that stream? Ah, now it makes sense. Yeah, this was one where I definitely wanna get some sounds out at some point, because these tracks here make some really weird shit. And it was mostly this thing right here, if I remember. This is free, yeah. This is called Cardinal, and it's basically a free wrapper around VCV. So, not really, but that's kind of what it is. It's basically just VCV, but then ported into a free version. So you don't have to pay for the VCV rack plugin. It doesn't have everything that comes with VCV. So, for instance, VCV has the premium modules that you can buy, right? The extra module third-party ones. That's not a thing with this. So you're going to be limited to a certain amount of modules, but it's still 1,071 modules in total, so that's quite a lot. And there's a lot of good stuff in there, so yeah. It's really cool to mess with, especially if you're not too familiar with modular stuff and you don't know if you will be using it a lot, for instance. I would advise people always to just grab this first and then play around with it, and then if you like it, then you can always still buy VCV rack, right? But it's a pretty nice little thing. Yeah, so this is definitely a project I want to keep, because this is one that is probably going to go into the stems folder, because this is one where I need to make stems from and make sounds out of, because this is all just like this one as well. It's just a different version of that same. Yeah, so this is one where I probably want to bounce stuff from. This was just a sound design session from the sound of it. Just the same patch again, but just messed with it, I guess. What is this? Ah, that could be for an intro too. Are these modules... Are these modeled after actual real modular gear? Yes. They are just named different a lot of times, or sometimes. But they are modeled after real gear. So if we go here, for instance, we got all these brands. And, like, for instance, Audible Instruments, that is basically the mutable instruments modules. distro is basically all the under distro is basically the company that made Cardinal. So under here you'll find all the regular modules that would be sort of like the ones that come with VCV, made by VCV Rec, like the ones for like the audio stuff and shit. Heck, there's even a VCV tag here. Those are just the regular standard VCV modules, but then with a dark skin, because they made this with a proper dark skin. But a lot of these are just, yeah, from like, just developers. I'm not sure if they're all called the same as the actual company name, but I think they are. And you get like a lot of them are just indeed based on like hardware modules. There's also ones based on software. For instance, there is Chow DSP, so Chow Tape. See, those are just from the Chow plugins, right? There's also Surge XT, so these are all the Surge modules from the Surge synth, basically. So the wavetable oscillator, the modern oscillator, the wave shaper, basically everything that is in the Surge plugin, which is like that old synth plugin that basically all the modules from there, these are based on the stuff in that plugin, so that's kind of cool. But there's a lot of stuff in here, too much actually to go through right now. Parable instruments. Clue the Giant. School bus. Okay. I still need to go through a lot of this because there's so much in here. Mockba Modular. Damn, that's a lot of fucking small modules. The P Selector. But yeah, I can definitely advise you to pick this up if you want to just mess with like modular stuff. I see chat is back to normal. Yes, it is. It is. Yo, can we synthesize snaps one of these days? I wouldn't synthesize those. I would sample them. I would just do that. My hands are fucking sweaty and I can't do it right now. Also, I haven't done it in a really long time, so I would have to practice a little bit again so I can snap properly. But I would sample them. Because snaps are going to be so hard to synthesize, especially to get them sound like properly like a snap. I really would just try sample them properly. That would be a lot easier to do. How about Nautilus? What is Nautilus? Was that in here? Did you see that in here? Or oh no, you didn't. It was just it's something else. What is that? But that cardinal thing is really cool. There's a lot you can do with it. And it's making really weird sounds. I think what was coming out of here wasn't even that crazy. Let's see. So, we just have this one. See? It's just a really weird, simple, modular kind of sound. And because it's running through this processing with this bass track, right? And because that is running through all of this one, by the way, this is a free plugin. It looks absolutely shit, but it's a really cool plugin. I'll show you. If we turn everything back on. This thing, if we, how did it work again? I think home? Yeah. So this thing basically adds a harmonic. Qubit is the brand. I think Qubit is in there. Wasn't it? Maybe not. Or maybe it's called different though. Like some of them are called different, so I don't see it. No, I don't see it. But like the amount of modules, like it every version that they do an update, there's a lot of times there's new modules being included as well. It's just that it's not like it's not open source in a way where you can make modules and just add them yourself. You have to basically get in touch with the developer of Cardinal and basically say like, yo, I made some modules and I want to have those included in one of the next updates, and basically work through with him like that. And he will then, or he or she, I don't actually know, will then, if it's good modules, I guess they will be incorporated. Speaking of plugins, have you tried Spice Rack? It's a distortion saturation thing. I just heard about it the other day. No. Spice Rack VST. I've never heard of that one. I also haven't ever heard of Process Audio. Come on. What do they make? Sugar Decibel Spice Rack. I have never heard of any of those. I mean, it looks interesting. Click to open the console. Okay. I mean, it looks cool, but I probably don't need it. I got plenty of distortion things already, so... Yo. Oh. Ah. Okay, that's interesting. But nothing I cannot do with stuff I already have so far. Like, that's cool, but you can just slap a fucking Saturn on your fucking sound and set it to tube, and then just use an EQ to do this, and use a tilt EQ for this bright dark slider, and you're basically done. You have the same thing. So I could recreate this with at least what's done here in this video. I can recreate it with a Saturn and a FabFilter Pro Q. So far, I'm not able to justify buying it. Okay, what does it sound like on drums? Okay, that's cool though. Having separate channels. That's cool. But still, not something I wouldn't be able to recreate without it. Right? You can do that in your DAW as well. But that is pretty cool though, having that in a plugin like that. But again, still would be easy to make in your DAW itself. So yeah, not a buy for me. No more borrowed plugins for you? I got you, man. I did that a while ago. Where I, you know, around the time when I started getting a lot more plugins sent to me by the developers, I was like, I need to, you know, I was, again, my channel was starting to grow, and I was starting to get, like, plugins from developers a lot of times, and I was like, yeah, I need to get rid of my pirated stuff, you know? And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, I pirated as well back in the day. Like, I was just a young kid with no money getting into music, right? So what are you gonna do? And I'm not gonna blame anyone for doing that either. Like, it's not a secret that a lot of people who will start out pirating shit, right? Especially if you're young, you don't have all the money to buy all of those plugins. If you're not making any money with it, then it's gonna be even harder, right? And that's not me saying that I justify piracy, because I do think it's a shit move towards the developers, but I can understand it because I've done it myself as well. But the moment you do start making money with your music, or like you start making tutorial videos and you start monetizing those, I think that's where you need to draw the line. I think that's where you need to say, like, okay, if I'm actually going to be making money with what I do with these plugins, then I need to buy them. Look up Distiller VST. It is a distortion plugin. Let's check. I mean, I like distortion, don't get me wrong, but I have so much distortion stuff already that it would really have to be a special distortion for me to actually buy it. Again, never heard of this one.
Whether you're in a professional studio, home studio, or just creating anywhere, the ability to effortlessly...
Couldn't you have fucking picked somebody else to do the voiceover? Holy shit, she has an annoying voice. Sorry. Dude. Not because she's a lady, but I can't stand her voice.
Shape the spirit of the sound is essential. Try Distiller.
I'm not a child, sorry, please. Talk to me like an adult.
Distortions and purest filters controlled by separate LFOs. Reinforce and refine your sound with Distiller.
Why does she sound like she's talking the intro of a voiceover to a porn movie? Listen to when she says Distiller.
With Distiller.
Okay, I think if this company now sees this stream, they're not gonna send me their plugin, which is fine. Also, great job on actually showing me what the plugin does, by the way. I know nothing now after seeing this video.
Anywhere. The ability to effortlessly shape the spirit of the sound is essential. Try Distiller. A blend of roughest distortions.
You think you were high when you bought this? I can see that happening. It sounds like Paris Hilton. Yeah, kind of. It's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I just wish they did a much better video for this, because this tells you basically nothing.
Filters controlled by separate LFOs.
Yeah. So?
Reinforce and refine your sound with Distiller.
I mean, the interface looks fine. It looks all right. Nothing too spectacular, I think. Filter cutoff LFO, distortion, mix LFO. Okay, so it's just a filter and a distortion with two LFOs attached to it, I guess. Kinda cool, but I can probably do something very similar with Shaperbox. In it? Yeah, they have, I saw that, they have a preset walkthrough as well, but probably want to put some of that kind of stuff in the first, you know, promotion video as well. Just so that, you know, you kind of lure people in with the actual sound of the plugin, because that's, in the end, that's the thing that matters, right? I hate it when developers make like this demo video for like their new product and there's no fucking audio example in the video. Like, you shouldn't have just not made a video then. Because nothing about that will make me buy the plugin, right? And I get it, they've made a separate video, but the one that is the sort of like the promotional video is the one that gets shared around most of the time, everywhere, and gets linked into all the blog posts and all that shit, and all the posts on like KVR and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, maybe not the smartest choice of making the first opening demo video like that, but whatever. That's me just being nitpicky. Yeah, I'm not really impressed so far. I feel like I can do the exact same thing with Shaperbox. And more. So, yeah. Again, not really tempted to buy. It's a watered down Shaperbox. Yeah, exactly. Like Shaperbox, if you, like from what I was seeing there, it's just a distortion and a filter with an LFO to it. So if you just take Shaperbox with a filter and a distortion module and then shape the graph, the modulation thing, then you got a very similar thing. It might not sound the exact same, but you're probably gonna get very similar results, so... Yeah. I guess that's that. What is this? We have some more context in here. What is this? Ah. Farlight. Like, these libraries are so nice. And like I said, I finally fixed that thing as well. So if I... Like, I'm not really using these in this track, so I can just play around with it real quick. Oh, that's just a piano. So, I should have fixed it now as well. So if I go here, and if I just open up the init patch. Init. Where are you? Init. I think if I now just take a sample, so if I go to my sample folders, let's see if it actually works now. Sound effects. I can drop that here, and now it's actually loading. So it's fixed now. I can now finally use this with my own samples. And it was just basically that emote in the file name of the folder that was throwing contact off. So now I can use this, and I can just use it to resample stuff with, because this is quite a nice library. It has a really interesting granular module, and it's basically it's 3 libraries actually. It's the Light Trilogy by Native Instruments. They just all have sort of like their own kind of sound to it. Farlight being the more vocal-based one, but the granular engine in it is actually pretty good. So, like. Might not be the best sample, but if we take like an atmosphere sample or a pad sample or something. It's really nice for resampling. It's kind of similar to how I would use Pigment's granular engine, but this one is kind of nice. It gives a couple of different options and a couple of different things that I can do with it. So nice that I finally fixed that. Anyways, this project is gonna be for resampling. So, save. And I don't need to bounce this one because it's just for samples. So, let me go and open up the next one so that we can drop this one in the right folder. The next one is called Another Dark Ambient One. Let's open that up. By the way, I should really use Shaperbox more as well, because I bought it and I almost never use it. So I still grab a lot of times. I still grab Elevotal. And I really need to learn Shaperbox more because it's such a good plugin. One other plugin I am tempted to buy. That's one plugin I can tell you I'm tempted to buy is Infiltrator. Infiltrator seems like such a cool plugin just to have for like resampling shit. And just like flicking through presets and just resampling. And it's kind of the same reason as why I bought Shaperbox, because there's like a ton of presets in it. And it's just really nice to just have like a plugin that has multiple different effects in it and like modulation options. And that you can then just either flick through a huge amount of presets, like for instance Portal does, and like Thermal does, and like I guess Rift as well. And there's a ton of other plugins. Or plugins that have like really good randomizers. Those are also really good for resampling. And Infiltrator does seem pretty cool. So I am tempted to buy that one someday. Go. Oh yeah, and we need to move the other project. We'll do that after this is fixed. I need a drink as well. Oh yeah. Brought a bottle of water. Let's, has it done? Yeah, it has done all of them. Let's save this one so we don't have to do that again. And then the other project is gonna go into the stems folder. Okay, what does this sound like? Probably some ambient. I mean, there's some cool ambience in here. And it could be an intro too. It's at 172 beats per minute, by the way, so this could be a drum and bass intro. Even though it's more like ambient right now. Does sound pretty cool. Wait, isn't this the, isn't that the intro? Or the track that I use for the break of the stream? Sounds pretty similar. It has a very similar sound here. Where's that one? Oh no, it's different. It's different. Yeah. Just a similar sounding one. That sounds pretty cool, actually. This one can go into two folders, I guess. This one could either be for stems, or it could be an intro. Although this would be a long intro. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Would have to probably be shortened if it's going to be used as an intro, but there's some cool sounds in it. It's also in D sharp. I'll just, I'll drop it into the intro folder because it does kind of sound like it could be an intro, especially this first sort of like section. This section is how long? 1 minute and 29 seconds, so that is perfect for an intro. It just might need like a little bit of an extra thing to kind of make it fit with like a drum and bass tune, but it would just need like some melodic element maybe. But yeah, I'll drop that into the intro folder. And then that means we have to bounce this. So let's do that, and let's do this. And let's bounce that. Let's put the key in here as well, which is D sharp again. But yeah, like this plugin, I do kind of feel like buying, even though it's still pretty similar to Shaperbox, I guess. There's just some other effects in here that sound kind of cool, and it has some other. It's kind of like it has that sequencer in it, which is really nice. So I'm tempted to buy this one as soon as I get paid again. Hey, Dutch Glitch. Yo, mate. Nice. Nice to see you scoring some extra money. I hope, at least. Okay, that's done. Cool. Then we can open up the next one, which is called Another Stream in G Sharp. Cannot remember that file name, so let's open it up. Let's see what we get. I really bought a shit candle. It has a tiny flame, and every time I pick it up, the flame gets bigger. But look, can you actually see that? I don't think you can, but the flame is just getting tiny. Doesn't really work. Well, I guess that candle's gonna burn for a really long time. Let's just do that. Oh yeah, we need to move the other project to the intro folder. Quite amazed that we still have 20 people watching while I'm just going through some projects and organizing them. Do you guys like seeing this, or is it interesting? Oh wait, we are still missing stuff. Candidates. We need to... That's the same one, so it doesn't matter. Yes. We still have some missing. Wait, you had found ones. So why did they go missing? it had actually found them. Or at least candidates for it. Okay. Yes. Maybe I should just do them one by one. I guess these are in different folders or something. Different folders in my library. Not in this folder. There we go. What is this? Drums and what is that? A saw wave? Okay. And what is this? Ah. It's that one. That is an interesting sound. What do these drums sound like? Oh, that's interesting. That's a nice background layer. I think this one is gonna go into the stems folder. That could be a nice sample. And this one is pretty cool too. What is this? Nothing, because the clip is empty, but what does it sound like? Just some kind of a bass. Yeah, this is not much of a tune, so let's save. And let's open up the next one and drop this into the right folder. Oh yeah, this one is gonna go into the intros folder. The next one is called Big Chord Bass. Well, I guess we're gonna have a big chord bass in that project. Now the question is, does it sound good or does it sound like a shitty big chord bass? Because that's also the option, of course. And let's move the other one into the stems folder. Okay, and then we need to fix this. Only 3 of them. Two reference tracks from the looks of it. And 1 drum sample. Maybe I was just making a sound that is also possible in this project, because it doesn't look like this is much of a tune. What is this? I think it sounds pretty shitty. Yeah. Okay. That one, yeah, I can probably go into the trash folder. The drums are fine, but that's just a sample. That's a loop that I already made, so yeah, nothing too spectacular in this one. Okay. Next one up is called White Noise. White Noise, and I think this is one of the challenges that I did a long time ago on stream, where I tried making a track out of white noise. Only white noise. Let's open that one up. I cannot, for the hell, remember what that sounded like. So how late is it? Midnight. Oh. That was a good challenge. It is definitely more of a tune. So, big chord bass is gonna go into the trash folder. Because it's not really too spectacular and I'll probably not even need too much samples from it. So, what do we have here? Mind you, all of this is made from white noise. That's what I remember. I mean, that's a pretty decent snare. Did I make that snare drum entirely from white noise? Because if I did, I'm quite impressed. I actually did. Interesting. It is actually made just from white noise. Like, it's still a pretty basic snare, but for a snare made just from white noise, sounds pretty decent. I'm not sure about the ARP thing, but okay, and then a gap with nothing. There's also a different version of this project, so I might open that one up as well and see what the difference is. I'm wondering what this sounds like now, this drop. Oh, now I remember. Yeah, now I remember. But that was all made from white noise. So even the sub? Is that correct? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this chain? Ah, yeah, even the sub. Oh no, that's just a... Oh, but I think I made that from white noise, if I remember correctly. I think what I did is I took white noise and I made a sub from it. Wasn't it this one? It's probably still in here somewhere. The fuck is that? I know that everything in here was made from white noise because that was the challenge that I set myself that stream, to only make sounds from white noise. I'm not sure if I still have the original. I don't think so. I think I just used like a peak in the sub region and I just boosted one frequency like crazy. And then I just looped one section for the sub. So like one cycle. Do I like this one though? That's the question. Don't think so. Might be able to take some samples out of it again with this one. That's probably what I'll use it for. Like that snare drum, I'll probably take that. The kick is pretty decent as well. For a kick made out of noise, I mean, could be a lot worse, right? That was made out of noise as well. Yeah, again, just a processed noise sample that has the sub boosted so that we get a sine wave in it. And I think what I did is I really isolated one sine wave frequency from the noise for the kick and the sub, but yeah, I'll use this for, like, I guess getting some samples out of it. Oh wait, maybe it's here. That's just noise, stereo and mono. And what is this? Is that the original? Yeah, that's what I did, I think. So we have... Yeah, see? So I just boosted a huge peak here in the sub at D sharp to get sub out of it. And then I took that. So technically it's made from noise, the sub, but it is not really noise anymore. Okay. Save that one. Oh, cool. We'll give that 1.2. Now I do want to open up the older version, version 1, and let's see how different it is. Because I might have messed with it after the stream. Bro, the MS-20 filter, that's a good freebie. I don't know if it's still free right now. What do you mean? The MS-20 filter. There's MS-20 filters in Ableton as well, I believe. Clip shifter and K-clip. I don't use those anymore. Not sure where they are in the project, but are they on the master? Yeah, they're on the master. Okay, that's fine. Let's just get rid of those. This looks pretty much like the same project. Same gap here. Basically sounds like it's the exact same thing. Yeah. Okay. Don't know why that's a separate version project, but whatever. Let's go to the next folder, or the next yeah, actually the next folder, because in the next folder we've got one called Dark DMB Roller version 1. Yeah, sure, let's save. Oh no, we don't have to save this one. No. It's an MS-20 plugin emulation. Ah, yeah, but I mean, there's MS-20 filters in autofilter in Ableton, I believe. So, like, the autofilter has, I thought it had, the MS2 is basically modeled after the MS-20, so kind of already have that in stock Ableton. And Pigments, didn't Pigments also get an MS-20 filter now? I believe. Go. Yeah, like those, all those extra modes in the autofilter of Ableton are based on hardware filters. So, like, I forgot what the names are. SP2 or something like that. And I don't really know which ones exactly they all are, but I know that the MS2 is modeled after the MS-20. It's probably explained in the Ableton Ableton help pages. Only one that we need to fix. That's exactly the same sample. So there we go. What is this? Oh yeah, and before we play it, let's save and let's move the other project. The white noise is gonna go into the stems folder. let's listen to this. What does this sound like? It's really quiet. From the looks of it, I didn't really got too far with this session. We just have some resampled stuff here and some turned off bass loops that I was probably messing with to see what it would sound like with these drums. But maybe the drums are good. I mean, those drums are fine. I guess this would be a stems one again. Let's see what we have here. Not that I would use these because these are just from a sample pack, I believe. Yeah, those drums are fine, actually. Probably gonna work better with a bass line like that. Like a more low pass kind of bass. Make it really into a roller kind of tune. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, these drums are good. So, save. And open up the next one, which is called December 30th. Is that December 30th of 2022? Date modified. December 30th, 2022. Yeah. So that was the day before New Year's Eve. What did I do then? If I remember correctly, that was not the best stream. So let's see. This one is gonna go into the stems folder. So let's open up. Well, I did another version on the 1st of January. Let's open that one up. And then we'll move this one into the stems folder. And the ones in the stems folder, I think I'll just bounce like all the good parts and like all the good samples from it and the good loops and just put those on Patreon. Probably for the Patreon pack of this month. That could be a good one. Yeah, the Arturia MS-20 plugin is a little different. It has a sequencer which you can assign to different parameters and a couple more things. Sounds interesting, but which one is it? Is it the one by Arturia? Because there's a lot of MS-20 plugins. Yeah. Oh, you actually already said that. Yeah, because it's not just a filter. It's an actual synth. I mean, I know what the MS-20 sounds like. Just not really have a need for it, to be honest. The only thing that I would really need from it is the the characteristic filter that it has, which I already have. But I mean, if Arturia is watching, I would definitely accept it if they want to send me a copy. Holy shit. We got a huge amount of missing samples in this one. Luckily, they're all in the same folder. Let's move the dark DMB to the stems. Okay, there we go. And let's fix this. Like, I'm not necessarily a big fan of like all those plugins, synth plugins that basically just emulate like old hardware synths. Like they're cool, but I wouldn't really see much use for it for like the stuff that I do. Other than just, you know, maybe for a sound design session and just using a preset from it for like as a starting point basically, and then resampling the heck out of it. But other than that, I wouldn't really have much use for plugins like that, because I can do basically very similar things with plugins like Serum and other ones like that. It's not going to sound exactly the same, of course, because the filter, like the filter DSP code behind it is probably slightly different, but still, you know, it's I don't necessarily need that old school sound, because I don't like, I get it for people that, you know, like if you make music and you want to make music sound like a particular era, right? I get it. It's great for those kind of styles of music, but for like drum and bass or most bass heavy genres, I don't really need analog emulation plugins. Like, they're nice to have, and they can be cool for like a session maybe, and like to get yourself inspired, but I also feel like a lot of those synths are very limiting, and I would much rather grab a synth where I have a lot more options, like for instance with Arturia Pigments, which is one of my main go-to synths at the moment. So yeah, and even like Pigments has a lot of emulations of like analog filters as well. Like a lot of the filters in Pigments are emulations from hardware. So you've got like the Jupiter 8 filters in there. You've got, I think, the MS-20 in there as well. Didn't the last update have an MS-20 filter update for Pigments? Pigments MS-20? Yeah. I think they did. Introducing the MS-20 filter. Yes. They did. So there's now an MS-20 filter in Pigments as well, which is nice. So if I want to have that sound, then I can already get it inside of Pigments. But like as a synth to actually choose to design stuff with, I wouldn't really use a lot of those plugins. Oh no, definitely. I would definitely try stuff if it seems interesting to me as a plugin that I would actually use. But like I've already tried so many analog emulation plugins that I know that they aren't really the stuff that I would use a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, I've been doing music stuff for fucking ages, so I've seen so many of those plugins already. Yeah. I just know that I wouldn't really see much use for stuff like that. And like, if it's a plugin that, for instance, does something that is very similar to something I already can do, then I probably wouldn't buy it, because, you know, I can already do it. Oh, no, I'm not defending myself. I'm just explaining my thought process, I guess. I really need to be able, like, especially these days, like, I already have so many plugins that if a plugin that really needs to do something special or do something that is new and original for me to be able to justify the cost. Or it just needs to be really cheap, right? these days I'm much more interested in, like, for instance, you know, like interesting sample libraries or stuff that come with a lot of sounds. You know, stuff that might have like a shit ton of interesting sounds in it that I can use for like resampling with, or just as starting points. But yeah. And most of the time these days it's like, I don't know, granular things or stuff. That's what I really like. I don't use a lot of Max for Live stuff. I do use more Max for Live now than I did back in the day, because back in the day Max for Live would just be absolutely buggy in my on my system. But lately it seems to do a little bit better. So I am sort of like going through some of the Max for Live stuff now. Damn, that was done. But holy shit, we still have a lot of missing ones. Okay, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. This one. That's just the same one. So let's do that. Let's do no this time, because I don't want to have to do that long of a wait again. That's just the same. Nope. Then there was one more. Down there. That should be the same one as well, so. There we go. What does this one sound like? Because this looks like it's a bit more of a tune. Even though, from what I can recall, I don't think I like this one, because I don't think the stream was that good. But maybe this one is actually more interesting than I thought. Because this is the one from January 1st, so this is the one that I did after the stream. So, version 1 is the one, I can see this actually, version 1 was last saved on the 31st of December. So that's probably the one where I wasn't too happy with, but maybe I actually changed it. So let's save. Let's move the other one. Where was that? Challenges. Oh no, I already did. What do we have? Oh no, you can send questions. That's fine, because that's actually good right now during the stream, because we are doing a stream where we're going through all projects and just organizing some of them and moving them into folders so I can, you know, use them and find them back easier, and at one glance be able to see like, okay, these are ones that I want to finish, these are ones that are just good for samples, these are ones that are trash, these are ones that are just good intros or something. So if people that ask questions now in the chat is actually going to be good, because there's a lot of moments that we need to wait for Ableton to find the missing samples and shit. And that's a good moment where I can look at the chat and answer some of the questions. So if anybody is watching and has some questions, drop them in the chat. Nice note choice there. I mean, this could be an intro. I wonder what this sounds like. I just opened up a Rockstar energy drink. Okay, this could be something. It's a bit empty, but... And it's really messy in the low end from the looks of it, but... Not sure what the thought process was here. Because that's 16 bars, right? Yeah. Not sure why I did 16 bars of drop and then a breakdown. Oh. Yeah, I remember I was trying that out. Now I remember, I was doing this on stream and I was like, what if we turn this half time, and then I switched to doing that. And I think this bass sound, and Ableton is lagging, this bass sound would probably work a lot better in a half time kind of setting. Why is that one sound almost only in my right ear, where it kind of sounds like it is? Where is it? Where's that hit coming from? Is it in the drums? Where the hell is that sound coming from? It sounds like an it sounds like a sampler kind of thing, but where's it coming from? Oh, it's coming from here. Huh? Oh, it's the portal. And there's something in this project that is creating a huge latency. And lag. We got some acapellas as well. I remember playing with that, yeah. All the feelings, so God bless us. Cut from different cloths and different textures, different walks of life. Some act, some are directing, some are extras, and those. I mean, there's some cool stuff in there. Those steps could definitely be cool. Those steps could be cool. What is all this? That is turned off. Oh yeah, I remember, that could also be cool. Like, that's a pretty cool layer as well. Oh yeah, I turned it off because it didn't work with that out of scale note that we decided to add here. This thing is actually pretty cool. That one note change there is definitely something I could use in a tune. Where is it? I think it's somewhere here. That note. That A there. Kind of reminds me of the intro to the last Noisia album, because they did a very similar note change there, and I think it was also an A. It has a completely different sound because it's a completely different thing, but okay. What are we gonna do with this one? Is it gonna be good enough to finish, or is it more for samples? Like, I don't really like it, this one. There's some good sounds in it, but I don't really like it as a whole. So I think this is gonna go into the stems folder. I wouldn't necessarily see me finishing this project, but some of the sounds in it are quite interesting. Yeah, okay, this is gonna go into the stems folder. This would be a good one to grab samples from for the Patreon. I do want to check real quick what the version 1 sounds like, because I think I opened up version 2. Yeah. So let's open up version 1. And see how different that one is. Because this is from the day, which I remember was a stream that I didn't like at the end of the stream. I was like, this stream wasn't the best. So, I wonder what the difference is between version 1 and version 2. But there's some cool stuff in here that we can take out of it. Please don't let me have to redo all the percussion sounds. I'll just check what the difference is between the two, and then I'll hop over to the next one. The next one looks interesting. The file name is called DMB in 6/4. Different time signature? Okay. 6/4 drum and bass. I'm trying to envision what that drum pattern is gonna sound like. I've been trying or thinking about doing some stuff in weird time signatures for a change, because that could be pretty cool. It looks pretty similar, but there are a few things in here that I'm not gonna. What do we have? How much stuff is missing? Oh, it's not too much. I don't like the half time so much. It feels too clumsy. The full-time snare keeps the balance. I just don't like it as a tune. I wouldn't really finish it as a tune. It's not one that makes me go like, yes, this is good. This is something that I want to finish. No. It's more like, nah, there's some cool sounds in it. I'll probably bounce those sounds and put them in my folders of samples to maybe use in a different track later. It's not one that makes me go like, yes, I want to finish this one. Which is fine, you know. You cannot make a good track every single session. Does that work? No, it didn't work. Oh, that works as well. It's called that. It's this one. There we go. Fixed it. I think this one will sound probably very similar. But this time we have the acapella on it. Let me, do we want to do that? Let me turn it off. Otherwise we're probably gonna get copyright claimed. Yeah, this sounds like it's very similar. Oh, the plugs sound a bit different though. Those plugs sound a little different in this one. So I probably tweaked them a little, but in this section, looks like it's just the same. Yeah. So we don't really need to do much with this one. Which means we can open up the next one, which is called DMB in 6/4. And I wonder what that is going to sound like. It's from the 7th of October in 2022. I'm not sure if that was a Friday. If it was, then it was a live stream, but I don't think it was. I don't think I ever did weird time signature stuff on stream. I can't recall I did, so Okay, let's move the other one into the stems folder. Yo, my candle went out. It's really a shitty candle that I bought. Like, honestly, I don't smell it either. It's supposed to be a scented candle, but... it doesn't really smell like much. I think I held it too close to my mustache. I smelled burnt hair. What do we got here? Or that candle just smells like burnt hair. That's also a possibility. You must be used to it. No, it's a new candle. It's a new candle with a different smell. Like, I had a couple of other ones, but those are burned up, so... and it's a different smell with a new candle, but... and it's going out every single time, as well. Let me just get some of that liquid candle a little bit to the side. Maybe that helps. Makes the flame a little bigger again. I think they just put a shitty... what do you call those things? The... what is that little piece of... how are we gonna call that? A rope? What is the English name for that? The piece that you actually light. I don't know. Wick. That's it, yes. They just put a shitty wick in it, I think. Probably some cheap ass one. Or it's too short or something. I mean, it wasn't too expensive. What the fuck is this gonna sound like? So, yeah, the time signature of this project is set to 6/4. Is that 6/4? I mean, I guess it is. I mean, you can definitely bop your head to it. Which means if you can do that, you can dance to it. That's one thing you always want to do. If you want to make dance music in a different weird time signature, you want to at least be able to bop your head to it, because otherwise you're not going to be able to dance to it. Right? Meaning that it won't really work as dance music. Doesn't matter, like, it can still be cool. Like, there's plenty of weird electronic music that is definitely not that danceable. Like some weird IDM stuff and, like, some breakcore shit. But if you want to make, like, I guess drum and bass is quite a danceable genre. So, doing weird time signatures can work, but it needs to still, I guess, feel somewhat danceable. And this drum groove is in 6/4. And it could still work. Like this thing. Like if you, because it's based on a I guess it's like one bar is just 6 beats, basically. So how come you don't have any info in your about section of your YouTube channel? Oh, I probably forgot to do that. My channel got hacked. How long ago was that? A year ago? Something like that? A year ago something, my channel got hacked. Basically there was, a lot of times I get like messages from like, developers of plugins for like doing videos about their newest plugin or stuff like that, or they're working on a new plugin and they'll ask me like, yo, do you want to test it out and maybe give us some like tips of things that you would like to see improved or stuff like that. And because of that, I was kind of tricked by a scammer, and they hacked my channel, which led to them taking over my channel and starting basically live streaming some cryptocurrency scam. which was fixed pretty quickly thanks to YouTube. So YouTube definitely were quick with getting it fixed. Took like a couple of days, and it took less than 48 hours or 24 hours for them to take the entire channel down. And basically just make sure that the person did not have access to it anymore. I think they did that in like a couple of hours after I found out. And then it took me like, I think, a couple of days to get access back to all my accounts. But it was such a shitty thing. Like, the one I talked about this before on a different stream, but I think it was the first stream after this whole thing happened. The whole reason why I got tricked was because the scammer basically acted as if they were a company that I actually know exists. And because the company itself was not using a .com website domain, but they were using like some .fm or .audio or something like that, the scammer was able to register the actual same sort of like company name, but then .com. And that way it looked very convincing, and I was just, I wasn't really paying too much attention, I guess. I saw .com and I was like, oh. And I clicked a link, and, well, the rest is history. But the whole reason why that happened is also because, no, I didn't click a link. They sent me an installer for their supposedly new plugin. And this happens a lot. That's the whole thing. And since then, I never done this anymore. I always, when plugin developers now send me an email and they send me like an installer in the email itself, I just tell them, I'm like, yo, I've made an account on your website, just add it into my account. And if they then say, we can't do that, I know it's a scam. So, just a little tip, if you want to get into YouTube stuff, and if you want to do plugin stuff and get plugins sent to you, be very wary about this kind of stuff. And I immediately contacted all the other YouTubers that I know that do audio stuff. So like Venus Theory and like Alchemy and a bunch of others as well. Because I'm pretty sure that they probably either already had the email, or I know Cameron did. Venus Theory, he got a very similar email. I'm not sure if it was the same company, or the same scammer, but he got a very similar thing. And it's probably something that happens a lot. Around that time, a lot of channels got hacked, and some really big channels as well. And basically what they do is they're getting smart, these scammers, and they're basically just they'll try, because I've seen other channels in completely different niches, like not even music production. I saw one anime channel that got hacked in a very similar way by a very similar looking scam. So either it's the same scammer or it's just a different group of scammers that use the same tactic, because it seems to work. And what they do is they just look into what you do as a channel. They set up a scam that looks very convincing to you for that niche, and that makes you fall into the trap, basically. And the reason why I got fucking tricked into it is basically because the whole thing of plugin developers sending installers to you in your email box is actually pretty common. And that's not a good thing that is common, because that makes you a lot more easily tricked, right? So these days I always tell developers when they send me an email, don't send me an installer. And also don't send me an email with a link to an installer, because I'm not going to click it. I'm not going to install it. Just tell me, yo, we want to have you test out a plugin. This is our website. I don't even need a link to the website. I can find it myself. I'll find the website, register for an account, and tell you to put it into the account that I then tell you about, And then I can download the installer myself from your official website. And ever since I started doing that, I've already had like 3 or 4 more scams that were pretty clearly scams. Because the moment, like one time I had a scammer, and they were acting as, I forgot, which company were they impersonating? I can't remember, but they were impersonating a company that I actually know, that I actually have contact with. So I just contacted the company and I was like, "Yo, I just got an email. Is this you guys?" And they were like, "Nope." I'm like, "Okay, thanks." But this shit happens a lot, and it seems, especially lately, there's so many channels getting hacked on YouTube. Like, if you just follow the Team YouTube account on Twitter, or just look at their account, like, the entire day, it's just them responding to people that have the channels hacked. It's absolutely rampant right now on YouTube, and yeah, when I see, like, how they trick me, I can see why a lot of people are falling for it. Because the one that I had, it just looked so convincing. Like, even the website that they made, because they made a website that they linked me as well, and that website looked really fucking convincing. Like, it just looked like an actual company website, basically. But it was not. It was all just a facade for their scam. And they literally had just copied, because like I said, they were also impersonating a company that actually exists, like an audio company. And they had literally just copied stuff from their website and just set up a completely different website on a different domain, which was a .com domain, because the actual company didn't register the .com domain, which is really stupid. And because of that, now that scammer just was capable of basically registering the .com domain, which was sick. It was weird, but yeah. It did make me a lot more wary, though. So now that shit is not gonna happen again. So in a way, I can kind of thank that it happened, because it made me a lot smarter about this kind of stuff. But yeah, it's shitty, but it happens a lot. I still don't know how the scam works, though, because like they started streaming some cryptocurrency thing on my channel, but I don't know how they were actually tricking viewers of the live stream, because they were streaming some cryptocurrency thing on my channel, but I don't really saw how they were actually benefiting from it. So it's still, I don't really know. But I saw one other one, and that was a channel that I follow. Like I said, it was like an anime channel. And he got his channel hacked as well. And for that one, it was pretty obvious how the scam worked. He got hacked by, it wasn't a crypto scam, but it was kind of like a gambling scam. So he got hacked, and I think it was some Chinese guy, or somewhere in Asia at least. He was from Asia, and he got hacked, and this Asian dude started streaming to his channel, and he started streaming some kind of gambling thing, and he was basically telling the people in the chat to send and donate money to some kind of a donation link, and he would then gamble with that donation money, and if he would then win, he would then send the profit to the person who donated, which obviously doesn't fucking happen, right? That's how they trick it. They just have all these donations coming in, and they start gambling with it, and if they make profit, they say that they're gonna send it to the person who donated, but they don't do that, obviously. And that's how that one worked. But the whole process of how he got scammed, because I talked to him, was the exact same as how I got scammed, or how they took over my channel. Yeah, that's the thing that I didn't get. Like, why did they target me? Because everybody that knows my channel will know that, this is not right. This is not Art that's doing that. Because he fucking hates crypto. Yeah, like I said, it happens to a lot of big channels as well. Like, that's the thing. That's how you know that they're getting pretty smart with this. Because it's not just small channels that are getting hit by this. It's literally big corporation channels as well. I saw that too. Yeah, I saw multiple big channels of like companies that were actually hacked in a very similar way. And I was like, damn, that's fucked. But it happens a lot, and it's actually pretty crazy. Like, let me check real quick. If I go to Team YouTube on Twitter, and let's go to their tweets and replies. And let's just see. Dun-dun-dun-dun. That's one. Good afternoon. This channel got hacked by Crypto Bros, the original channel, blah 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 blah. Please help them out. Next one. Yo, my channel got hacked and it's streaming a crypto scam. It happens so much. Like the entire day, they're just responding to people that either have their channels hacked or have like videos age restricted or shit like that. But the amount of times that they have to reply to people that have their channels hacked is absolutely insane. Oh, there's another one. And a lot of these are all crypto scams or NFT scams or those kind of things. They usually just start streaming to your channel, or they delete all your videos, or in my case, they privated all my videos, luckily. I didn't lose anything. I guess other than the about section, they completely changed that as well. So thanks for letting me know about that, though. I'll update that. But it's crazy how much of that stuff is going on at this moment. Oh, no wonder I got an email from T-Mobile and a text stating all my info has been hacked. What the fuck? I mean, I had weird ones sometimes. Like, when I look at my emails, yeah, there's some weird fucking ones, but most of those are obvious as fuck. Right? Yo, you won $3 billion. Yeah, sure, mate. I probably get like 2 or 3 emails a day of like some dude that's like, yo, I'm dying and I need to send you 5 billion euros. Yeah, sure, mate. I immediately believe you. Or I'm the classic Nigerian prince. I see those quite often as well. Still, to this day, you would assume that, you know, it doesn't work, but that people know by now. What's this? Just sub. Is that 6/4? No, that's 7/4. Oh, whatever, we don't have to delete all of this. What are we gonna do with this one? What is it? I mean, it's kind of trash. Not gonna lie. Only things I guess is kind of alright is these drums. But then still, the drums need a lot of work to actually be good. But the pattern is cool. The kick is nice, yeah, but that's just one that I made for the upcoming drum sample pack, so don't really need to do much with that, I guess. Although it is layered with the one from the break. So, oh wait, it's mostly the break. That's just a break I made, so I already have that as a sample. Like, the pattern is alright though. I guess that would be... That is 6. That's just regular 4/4. It doesn't really sound like it, but that's because of how the pattern is arranged. But that could be just 4.4. Yeah. I'm just gonna drop this into the trash folder. I mean, the trash folder is still gonna be used maybe to grab some samples from, so next one. This one has multiple versions, so let's just open up the last one. Version 1.2 of a project called Dystopian Dreams. Let's see what that is. Wait, you mean Prince of Persia won't send me millions? No, mate. If the prince asks you to send him $1,000 first, then he's probably not gonna send you $1 million back. Which is usually how the whole scam works. It'll be like, yo, you've won this amount of money, or yo, I'm dying and I want to send you this amount of money, but to verify you, you first need to send a payment to me. That's how it works. And then they hope to find some old lady that doesn't understand, and that's like, oh, I won a lot of money. I can give that to my grandson. Let me send this Nigerian prince $1,000. And then, well, you never hear of them again. I saw one cool thing recently. I saw a really cool thing on Twitter. Some dude, and he had started using ChatGPT to reply to scammers. And it was absolutely hilarious. It was so cool. He was just asking ChatGPT to basically just write text to mess with the scammer. And it was absolutely hilarious. And in my opinion, a really good use of ChatGPT. It was so good. Like, he was just basically just telling ChatGPT, yo, I got this email. Can you write me a reply email that absolutely just messes with the scammer? And ChatGPT goes, oh yeah, sure, here. And he's like, thank you. And it was so cool. He was just, every scam email that he was getting, he was starting to reply with like AI generated messages, either to just piss them off or just to keep them busy. And it was really fun. Some of those scam videos are really cool, where people, you know, like, try and get back to scammers and shit. What is this? This looks like a sound design project. It doesn't look like a tune, so not sure why this one has multiple versions. Maybe the other versions are different. But what is this? We do have some drums here, and some stuff that's turned off. Oh yeah, we need to move the other project. Going into the trash folder. Yeah, Kid Boya is one of them. There's a couple of other ones. There's a couple of other channels. But yeah, I love it. Especially, what was that one guy's name? Who hacks into the cameras of like those call centers in India and shit. And he just hacks into the call center video security cameras and shit. And you can see the entire thing, and that's pretty cool. I still wonder sometimes, like, how the fuck do they manage to do that shit? Well, I mean, I know, because you can see it in their videos, but yeah, it's fucking weird. Okay, I think we're missing something in this pigments. Hits pads. Okay. Know where that is. Samples, art effects. Theme, yes. Hits pads. It is that one. Okay, guess there's a reason why it's turned off. Is this one working? Sample. Turned off. Turned off. It's just noise, okay. Okay, let's see what this one sounds like. Oh. This has a lot of those things in it. Yeah, those sounds are cool. These whole long resample sessions here are really cool. And these I definitely need to save the samples, because there's some really cool sounds in these. Like, these are really good. I can see me using these and chopping it up and like making something out of it. I think this is the dry version of that. Yeah. I think that's the dry version of that, or it's a different resample, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a different one. Oh wait, the reverb is on the group, so they're both dry. Yeah, nice. Because here there's some really good sounds in this. It just needs to be, I need to take out the good parts and make a tune with it. But this could be good for an intro, these sounds. So this is definitely gonna go into the stems folder. I even have the original here, so... That's the one that I use for... Yeah, so that's definitely a nice bunch of sounds here. That one is different color, probably because it sounds cool. Ooh, that pattern. Listen to that. That's interesting, this part here, that... right here. Dun, 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 dun. That's kind of cool. Like, imagine if you take these sounds and run them through a distortion together with a sub bass, they're gonna get that nice crunchy sound. I think this would be really good for a track. Like, these sound quite interesting because they're quite processed. There are really a lot of granular stuff on it. Okay. Let's save. Let's open up a version... Let's do version 1.1. Let's see what that one sounds like. I think it's going to be probably very similar to this one. I put 100 in Bitcoin at the height of crypto. It immediately crashed. Got 60 back. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother. Like the whole crypto thing, it just... Oh, wait, this is a lot different, actually. It just seems like such a thing that's so ripe for fucking scams, you know? There's no regulation, there's nothing that limits anybody of doing any fucking, like, shady shit with it, so... Like, there's a reason there's regulations and shit about, like, investing and all that kind of things, right? There's a reason for that. Also, did you guys see the whole, did you guys see the Logan Paul NFT mistake? Or I guess scam? Coffeezilla did a really good video, or a bunch of videos about it, and man, it's been hilarious watching the whole timeline unfold. Basically, Logan Paul did this, well, it's not the first thing he did where he tried and set up an NFT thing and scammed his own fucking fans. I think it's like the second or the third time now that he's done that. But this time, man, holy shit. It was so fucking hilarious seeing him backpedal. Like, Coffeezilla, I'm not sure if you know that channel. Coffeezilla is basically, in my opinion, one of the better investigative YouTubers at the moment. Does a lot of really good research into his videos and creates these really compelling videos with all the evidence laid out and shit. And he does some pretty good stuff with it. Granted, he made a couple of mistakes in this whole video about the Logan Paul thing. But, man... Logan Paul being like, yo, he just first attacked him, being like, yo, this is not right and shit, and he was gonna sue Coffeezilla or something like that. Then Logan received a huge amount of backlash from the entire internet. And then he made a second video where he still called out Coffeezilla, I believe. Oh no, he did his podcast thing, which I didn't watch because I don't really care about that podcast. But and then he still got even more backlash, and now he basically apologized. And he's like, "Fuck, I need to." And the best thing is the whole thing was he was gonna make an NFT game where you could, I don't know, buy NFT eggs that you can then hatch, and animals would come out of it, and you could then breed them and create hybrid animals. And his whole thing was, we made this game and we spent $100,000 on the artwork and all that kind of shit, and it was literally just stocked images that were photoshopped. And everybody was like, yo, what the fuck is this shit? Nothing worked, and people lost a shit ton of money. Like, people put in like 100k, 60k, and I'm like, dude, what, are you fucking mental? Like, why would you put any amount of money like that into something that is so obvious a fucking just scam? Even though Logan keeps trying to say that was not his intention, like, it's pretty obvious that that was actually his intention. He's just trying to save face right now, I think. But if you look at all the evidence from that Coffeezilla video, like, it was pretty obvious. They were waiting for people to buy into this thing so that the market value would increase, and then if it would get to a certain level, they already decided with each other, we're gonna sell when it gets to this certain level, and when they are obviously gonna sell it, the value is gonna go back down again, and people are gonna lose money. Like, it was pretty obvious. Yeah, I saw that. Attorney Tom, is that what he's called? I saw that he was actually gonna sue him. I mean, I hope he does, because so many people lost money in that. Logan now has put like what, $1.3 million into getting everything right, but only 2 people of his own team already stole like 7.7 million worth of the tokens that was part of this whole thing. So that 1.3 million is not even gonna cover it. It's only gonna cover, I guess, the current value of the token, but the token has completely, like, the coin that he set up for it has completely crashed, I think. So the value of it has gone down a lot. So the people have invested a shit ton of money, but now they lost a lot. and he just put in like, what was it, 1.3 million or something, but that's not gonna cover any. It's not gonna cover the money that people lost. So, yeah. I hope he gets sued. Because holy shit, that's not how you treat your fucking fan base. Let's be honest. Yeah, okay, so that's the same sound, but there's more stuff in here. That is turned off for some reason. Oh, that's just the same patch, but then without the processing. What is this? But another bass. What's that? Okay. Well, whatever. That's the same thing. So, we have one other version, version 1, but it's probably also the same, so I'm fine with this. Save. Open up the next one. But yeah, I forgot, like, but didn't he already do, like, another couple of NFT projects, and didn't they all fail? At some point, you would just assume, like, Logan, this is not working. But I guess the guy is just absolutely stupid. I mean, you have to be, like, when you film a dead guy in the forest in Japan, I mean, and then put it on YouTube thinking that's fine. I mean, you have to be stupid. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody with a right sense of like, justice would do anything like that, so, yeah. But didn't he already have, like, a bunch of these NFT things, and they all fucking just didn't work out? Like, at some point, I don't even get why people would put money into it, right? If like, his past project failed as well, so that's not really compelling to then think like, oh, let's put some more into it. Okay, this doesn't seem like it's gonna be much. We have a sample and a piano. Maybe the ambience is nice. Oh, that's just the same. Okay. Yeah, this is trash. Next. From scratch. What is the last version? This one. I need to piss. No, we don't have to save this one. This one is shit. Find some music real quick. I'll be back in just a little bit. While you guys listen to this. I'll be back in a minute. One moment. Oh. Huh? Oh. Funny. The shortcut that I normally use to mute my mic on my mouse apparently also re-triggers the play button in the foobar player. Interesting. Never knew. Okay. We're back. Let's go through a couple of more. Go. What do we got in here? It's gonna take me quite a bit to go through this entire folder with projects. That's something that I have realized. But I mean, I have to do it because if I want to get to finishing some of the tracks, then I have to find the ones that are actually worthy to finish. And I know that there's a ton of them in here that are definitely worthy to finish. But if they're hidden in like this pool of like projects that are not worth it to finish, then finding them is going to be quite difficult. Let's see what this one sounds like. A lot of... Well, not too many. Okay. Let's do that one. Get this one. Let's do no, because otherwise it's not gonna find them back. Probably. Because they're probably not in the same folder. Okay, there we go. So what do we have here? I mean, it has drop, or at least drums. Oh no, more. There's bass as well, I think. If this is bass. Looks like it. What does this sound like? Already sounds relatively promising. Oh yeah, this one. This one could definitely be finished. I mean, either it's a good intro or it needs to be finished. So far, so good. Needs a better drop. But I see where I was going at with this one. Intro is good though. Drums are pretty good. Those drums are definitely good. It's just that the drop is not good. So this thing needs to be redone. Because the pattern is good. The pattern is alright. It just needs to be... It needs to have different patches, in a way. These sound too much like just detuned saws. I actually made a patch that could work for this. I made a patch for a different track. I'll open that one up after this one, because I think I know where it is. And maybe I can use the patch that I made for that one with this intro. Not sure if they are in the same key. Let's see what the key of this one is, because it is a good intro. So, what is this in? F sharp? Minor? Maybe? I think it's F sharp minor. Yeah. F sharp minor. So this one, let's just bounce this, because this is a good intro. So I'm gonna bounce this one in the intro folder. And we're gonna call that with F sharp in the title, so that I know what the key is. So when I have a drop that needs an intro, I can see like, oh, that one is an F sharp. Let's see if it works. By the way, who is still watching? I see we have 15 people watching. Come on. Ask me something in the chat, so that we have something to talk about. Also, if you're watching right now, if you want to join my Discord, I have a Discord community, and you can join using the link in the chat. Or in the chat, in the description. Or you can just type in the chat !Discord, and then the bot should give us a link to the Discord. There we go. What is your take on Tate? Andrew Tate. I actually watched a video yesterday evening, an interview with Andrew Tate by Oompaville, because I was kind of interested. I had seen all the stuff happening on Twitter when Andrew Tate got absolutely demolished by Greta Thunberg, and I laughed my fucking ass off seeing the whole timeline unfold again. It was really cool seeing that happen. But it did got me interested, because I knew nothing about Andrew Tate, and I was like, let me just watch that Oompaville interview, because it seemed like it had a bunch of views, and I was just kind of curious. What a fucking douchebag that guy is, but he does say some stuff that I can see why people get behind him. Like, I can see why some guys might see him as this good guy. Because he does say some stuff that makes perfect sense. That's the whole thing I feel like with him. He says certain things that are technically pretty realistic and pretty alright. But then he just says some other stuff that is absolutely ridiculously stupid. Or like, just misogynistic as fuck. Which I definitely don't support. But there are things he says that do make sense. It's just that it's kind of overshadowed by a lot of the fucking dumb shit he says. And then the whole thing that, well, he actually got arrested for. Yikes. Let's just say that. Let's just say yikes. Because that's, I think, the best way to, the best response to that. I don't want to say exactly what he got arrested for, because I'm not sure if YouTube will like that. But let's just say, yeah, it's not good. Do you have any videos on gain staging and mixing drum and bass? I don't think so. I don't think about gain staging. I don't think I have a video about gain staging specifically. Because in my opinion, it's not something that is that interesting of a topic for a video, I think. Like, maybe mixing an actual track, or like doing a video about the mixdown of a track, that's definitely more interesting, I think. But like a video about gain staging, like, gain staging is literally nothing more than just changing the volume of tracks. That's what it is, right? Tate has his own personal Ponzi scheme that he runs. Yeah, this fucking whole hustle, whatever it is. Hustle Academy or something, I don't fucking know. Yeah. He's basically just preying on fucking guys that are uncertain about themselves, that are, have doubts about their own lives and about their own personalities, and he's basically just preying on guys like that. That's what it is. And it works, apparently. Because he seems to be making quite a bit of money out of it. Although it's quite funny seeing him... the whole thing, how it happened, was absolutely hilarious, if you're not familiar with what happened with the whole Greta Thunberg thing, like, that was fucking funny. He basically tried baiting her on Twitter, because she's like this activist, right? This climate change activist, and he was baiting her on Twitter with like a photo of him basically putting gasoline in his Bugatti at a gas station, and he was saying something like, "Oh, my cars are like, they emit a lot of, or they well, basically saying that a lot of his cars, you know, like, contribute to climate change, and he was proud of that, basically, trying to bait her." And she just absolutely murdered him in her response, which was just a single response. And I showed this on stream earlier as well, I think, like a different stream when it happened. But then seeing him getting arrested and then all of his cars confiscated in like the weeks that followed afterwards, just absolutely amazing. And he basically just, well, I'm still not entirely sure how he got caught, if it really was the video that he released, like the video that he did, but regardless of what happened, it was fucking funny. Oh yeah, so this one needs to go into the intros folder. Next project. What is the next one? The next one is also called From Scratch. Interesting. We have 2 From Scratch projects. Okay. From Scratch, version 1. And let's save that one. Yeah, game staging is pretty simple and boring. A mixdown video would be cool though. Yeah, exactly. I think what I would do, which I'm planning to do, like as soon as I got the new EP all done, I want to do basically just full track breakdowns of the tracks on the EP, and there will probably a video about like the actual mixing process of that as well. A lot of the tracks will probably be mixed in a different project than the actual project where I made it in, unless I don't need to. Like, if it already sounds good enough, then it doesn't need to. But sometimes I do like to mix my tracks in like a different project, just bounce them out to stems and then just, you know, mix them in a separate project to get like basically free up all the CPU and shit. But it would be cool, like, during those track breakdowns, I will definitely, like, talk about the bus processing and all that kind of stuff and how I mixed the whole thing together. So, yeah. But that's for when the tracks are done, I guess. Because it's quite difficult to do a mixdown video without a tune, right? I still want to believe as well that it was the pizza boxes. Like, it just makes the it just makes the story perfect, you know? It just makes it perfect if that was really the reason why they knew that at that moment he was in Romania. It would make sense though. Like, yeah, they probably were already, like, I know that they had been already investigating for a year or something like that, because of the previous allegations and the previous, like, things that he got arrested for. But yeah, if it really was the pizza boxes and it was his own dumb mistake, then yeah, that just makes the story even more perfect. Because then it would be him who put the pizza boxes in the video because he wanted to, you know, annoy Greta, I guess, by saying, "Bring me pizza and make sure that these pizza boxes are not recycled," right? That was his whole fucking thing. And if it then was those pizza boxes that led to him being arrested, yeah, that's pretty fucking funny. So, yeah, I want to believe that that was also the thing that made it happen. Which might not be the case, but hey, who cares? What is this? Doesn't look like much. I think I did some resampling here. What is this? Boom, boom. Oh, this is me beatboxing. That's also an option, yeah. What is this? Okay. Oh, this is where I found out about the microtuner. This little device. That thing is pretty cool, actually. If you don't know about this, the microtuner is pretty interesting. You can basically just generate a scale So you can just say like generator, and you can just generate a scale. You can say random, and we can just generate a scale. But for some reason it doesn't work properly. Like, for some reason on my computer it only does it the first time it plays, and then when it loops the MIDI clip, it just sounds like a regular normal scale again. Which I think is a bug, but it's pretty cool for microtonal stuff if it actually works properly. But this project is shit, so... yeah, this project is absolute garbage. Oh, fuck, I forgot what to do with this one. This one was a good intro. Right? Yeah, that's this one. What did I say about the one before the previous one? Was that a trash project? I think it was. But I'm not entirely sure. I think it was trash. Yeah. Let's just do it in the trash folder. That's fine. This one is trash too, so that can also go in there. And then we have... I'm Feeling Melancholic Today version 1. Let's open it up. This one is from summer of 2022. 24/7/2022. What are some of your favorite artists that you listen to for inspiration? Sorry, I missed that one. Oh, and I also missed the one above that. I'll get back to those right now. What are some of the favorite artists that you listen to for inspiration? When it comes to drum and bass, I would say anything released on Vision right now. But I think that's pretty obvious. Vision is basically pushing a lot of good drum and bass right now, so yeah. And the sound of the Vision label is also a sound that I really like. So yeah, a lot of stuff that they play on either their Vision radio show or the stuff that they release through their labels. There's a lot of good stuff on there. But from like in terms of artists, I guess, yeah, the list that I've set so many times already, I guess. Noisia itself, Mephius, Face, Imanu, Karako Project, Bunshin, like all those guys, right? They're all doing some really cool stuff. Gyrofield did a really nice track recently, Femme Fatale. Really nice track. I listened to it today, earlier. So Gyrofield is another one she's doing some really amazing stuff, and her friend, Late Sleeper as well. Another good example of some girls in drum and bass doing some pretty cool stuff right now, and that's good to see, you know? Drum and bass has been this fucking sausage fest for so long, and it's good to see more girls getting into it, and actually doing well. That's nice. But there's too many people, you know? Blackson Empire, who else? I'm forgetting so many names. There's too many. Like, we can go into my reference track folder, which has a lot of Camo Crooked, Atrush Optical, can never forget them. Halogenics been doing some pretty cool stuff lately. Mephius, did I already name him? I think I did. Still, like, I also love old school drum and bass, so stuff like Photech and stuff like that. It's really cool, even though it's more old school. Yeah, SleepNet, but that's kind of Noisia, right? That's just one person of Noisia. Upbeats, for sure. The Clams, also pretty good. But there's too many, you know? Waze, Urban Dawn. Rohan has been doing some pretty cool stuff lately. Yeah, there's too many. Sausage Fest. I mean, it's right. It's the truth, right? I mean, as much as I wanna believe that it's not, it is the truth. sadly. Good thing it's slowly changing though. It is slowly changing, but Ivy Lab, yeah, of course, Ivy Lab as well. But Ivy Lab isn't really drum and bass, so I wasn't really thinking about Ivy Lab. But then we're getting into a whole different set of like artists, like Ivy Lab, Chi, like the whole guys pushing the like health time stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of great artists in there as well. Not sure what we have in here. Not much. Don't really have many health time stuff in my reference track folder. What is this? Oh yeah, and before I do anything, let me move the other project, because otherwise I'm gonna forget. From Scratch version 1 was trash. What is this? We have a cymatics loop. Okay. That's a good sign. I guess not. But it's probably just filler. That sounds cool. And that's basically the only cool thing about this. Maybe the Reese could be cool. It's not too much of a Reese, it's just straight out of Serum, so maybe I want to save that patch though, but other than that, I think not much else is good other than that resample piano. That one is kind of interesting. This skin is on my Patreon. Like, that's a pretty cool sound. So I might want to put this in the stems folder. I'll resave this. Not sure why it's called I'm Feeling Melancholic today, because it doesn't sound too melancholic, but whatever. And then we can open up the next one. Which I'm gonna skip because that's called Snare Design Patreon, so that's just me making snares for Patreon. Then we've got Stream July 29th version 1. Let's open it up. Didn't I already do that? Okay, whatever. Somebody else asked, what most surprisingly good VST you own? Portal. Hands down. If there's one plugin that is the absolute fucking best thing for resampling, I would have to say Portal. Portal is just so good for resampling any basic sound and just making it sound 10 times more interesting. And I actually dropped a rack on my Patreon last month, I think it was, the last month of previous year. I did a pack with some new Ableton racks, and one of them is a rack that I set up, which basically is just an Ableton audio effect rack with the macros mapped to parameters in Portal that are really cool for resampling sounds with. So you can just drop that rack onto whatever you have, basically, that you want to resample, and you can just start messing with the macros, and it turns any sound into something like a lot more interesting. So yeah, I don't know but Portal is one of those plugins for sure. And then I guess we could put in Thermal as well, which is the other plugin by Output that is kind of similar, but it's a distortion. So yeah, I think those two would definitely be really good for me in that sense. Let's find those. The mix between purple and dark orange looks sick as fuck. Yeah, I like it too. There's a couple of skins on my Patreon, but I only have one for millimeters because that also uses my own skin, as you can see, which or you cannot see because it's behind the chat. But believe me, there's also a skin there called Artifacts Purple, and you can get that one from my Patreon as well. We have one that we need to fix. There we go. What is this? And let's move the other one. I'm feeling melancholic today is going into the stems folder. There's so many ones that are just an intro. And that's why I need to do this, because I need to separate those from all the other shit projects and basically just put all the intros together. Because I also have a bunch of newer projects that are basically just drop ideas. And it would be a waste to, you know, keep making new intros for them, when I already have so many good intros that I can probably use. Yeah, see? Same thing again. It's just literally just an intro. There is something here, but it's turned off. We can quickly check what that sounds like. Does it need this as well? I think so. Yeah, that sounds shit. But the intro, again, has some cool things, so might want to save that. What is this? Okay. And what is these things? What is all of that? Okay, what is this? Okay. What is that? A saw wave, okay. Yeah, I think drums are pretty good again in this one. Some decent drums in here. And that intro's alright, so let's just see. Let me turn these things back off. Turn those off. So this intro has some cool sounds that we can probably use. What is this? Contact. Just some strings.
Set me free. I'm just trying to breathe.
Shitty acapellas from sample packs, but
Set me on fire.
Yeah. I'm just gonna do a bounce of that intro because it does have some cool stuff and it could be a cool intro. So, oh wait, we need to check what the key is. What is the key of this? Drone. That's not gonna tell us much because it's an audio sample. This is probably gonna tell us D sharp. Yeah, D sharp. D sharp minor. But let's just do D sharp. Export. In the intro. Yes. Let's call that D sharp. That transition was really nice. Yeah. Oh, wait. There's something on here that we need to turn off. There's Sonarworks on here. Don't want to have the speaker calibration included with the bounce. Whatever happened to that track you were working on with the female vocals? Is it a bad thing that I don't know which one you mean? Because there's probably a ton of projects that fit that that description. What the fuck? There's also Wave Candy in this one, and Wave Candy has opened on my secondary screen, and it's layered on top of OBS. Okay. Yeah, I don't really use the Wave Candy anymore since we have millimeters now. It was a couple of months ago. Wish I could remember the lyrics. That is probably somewhere in here. It's gonna be in this folder somewhere. 100% sure. Okay, open up the next one, which is called Tension. Tension version 1. And let's save this one. Okay, I'll save it under new version. Let's just do version 2. And then we're gonna move that one into the intro folder. Oh wait, didn't I open? I said I was gonna open one that I thought could maybe fit one of those, but I think I already I think that was the one before this one. Whatever. Doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm going through these projects and I'm organizing them. Okay, this one can go into the intro folder. There we go. Let's fix this. And these are all more the recent things, by the way, that we're going through right now, because there's also some folders in here that have like a ton of older projects, which I have no clue what they sound like. These more recent ones, I kind of all remember them when I open them up and I hear them. I'm like, ah, yeah, I remember that one. But there's a ton of ones in here in some of these other subfolders. Like there's a subfolder called Project Vault, and that is all my old projects from like an old hard drive and shit. There's probably some really crappy ones in there. Oh, it has already fixed them all. Nice. What is this? Drones plug bass. Like the high string layer. That thing is weird.
Society.
And a saw wave, nice. What is this? Because we have something else here. What is that?
Society.
Vocal's nice, yeah, that vocal's nice. It's just a text-to-speech vocal, if I'm correct.
Society.
A processed text-to-speech vocal, I think.
Society. Society.
Society processed, yeah. It's probably somewhere in here. But that one is pretty cool, yeah. Other than that, I'm not sure how much I want to keep. The drums are fine again. Snare's a bit weird, but... yeah, this one for the stems folder. It's not fully trash, but it's also not good enough of an intro that I actually wanna use that for a tune, I guess. But there's some good stems in here, or at least some good samples that we can grab out of this one. So that's gonna go into the stems folder. Let's save. Sure. The vocal is nice though. The vocal can definitely be for a track. Society. And the next one is intro with guitar. Well, it's probably gonna be an intro. Another one. Yo, Budagadu. Budagadu. Welcome. I'm gonna stop streaming soon though, it's 2 AM. But at least we went through some projects, which is good. I'll probably keep doing this for the next couple of days. Until I did all of them. You think it might even have a guitar in it? Yeah, I think so. I think so. Let's move the other one. Tension is gonna go into stems. Stems folder is growing pretty quickly, honestly. Which means that I think this month's Patreon pack is gonna have a good amount of samples. That's the stems folder is basically gonna be stuff to use to grab samples for Patreon from. It was fun. We're not done yet. I'm still gonna go. It's not 2 AM yet. We've got 2 minutes left. I don't have to stop at exactly 2 AM, but I'm gonna stop soon. Let's just say that. We might do like a couple more. Okay, they all have been fixed. Well, let's see. Intro with guitar.
This is a warning.
Okay.
This is a warning. The future looks speak. Are you gonna stand by and watch now? Because it's not like it seems.
That vocal.
This is a warning. The fucking end is near. Pick up your weapons and fight now. This is the end of your dreams.
It's not too bad actually. The guitar is literally just this kind of harmonics guitar, I guess. If it wants to open. What is that? It's a contact. Oh, it's the shreddage contact. I mean, sounds cool.
The end is near. Pick up your weapons and fight now.
The vocal's a bit weird, but okay. That's a interesting pattern. That could actually be cool, that pattern. I see we have more notes in here. I mean, that could be something, actually. It's not that much yet. It doesn't have a lot of stuff here in terms of a drop or something, but that layer is pretty cool. Just might need a bit of a better patch, but the notes are pretty cool. What is this? Is this going to be stems, or is it going to be an intro? I mean, it does kind of sound like an intro already, right? So, again, I think this is just a text-to-speech vocal that I messed with.
This is a warning.
This is a warning.
See?
The future looks bleak.
It's literally just a text-to-speech vocal.
This is a warning. The future looks bleak. Are you gonna stand by and watch now? Because it's not like it seems.
I just literally went to one of those text-to-speech websites and just, yeah, had it say some stuff. And then I think I did a whole bunch of Melodyne on it to, make it better.
This is a warning. The future looks bleak. Are you gonna stand by and watch now? Because it's not like it seems.
Then the little altar boy.
This is a warning.
Another little altar boy.
This is a warning.
The, some EQ.
This is a warning. 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 The future looks bleak. Are you gonna stand by and watch now? Because it's not like it seems.
I think I might have even used ChatGPT to generate the lyrics for that, if I remember correctly. From when is this one? Was ChatGPT out already at the 30th, fuck, how do you say that? Well, whatever, October 30, of last year. I think it was. So I might have used that to get these words and then fed it into like some text-to-speech thing. Good chance. The guitar is dope. I like that one. Is this guitar the same? Oh, it's not. Ooh. I like that one too. Like with a bass. Okay, maybe not that pattern, but... Okay, kinda works. Like both of those guitars are nice, and they're the same pattern. The 30th of October, yeah. My speech was a bit messed up. But yeah, those are pretty cool. But is it enough cool as an intro, or is it just the guitar that's cool?
This is a warning. The future looks...
That sounds pretty cool too, though.
Gonna stand by and watch now, because it's not like it seems. This is a warning. The fucking end is near. Pick up your weapons and fight now. This is the end of your dreams.
The vocal is still not too bad, actually. It just... it needs proper context, I guess, for a tune. I'll put it into the intro folder. Because I do think it could be an intro. What is this in? D sharp? Minor? D sharp? G sharp? Oh no, it's not. We have an E. So is it G sharp minor? I think it is. Yeah. Looks to be G sharp minor. So let's bounce that and put that into the intros folder. G sharp. There we go. The next one is called January 20th. That's the stream from today. That's what we started today with, so I'm gonna skip that one. I'll put that into the right folder later. This one, let's save. And then the next one is Just Chatting and Chill, which is from October 18th of last year. And then we need to move this one into the intro folder as well, this project. Let's see what that one sounds like. This could be a sound design project. If it's called Just Chatting and Chill, good chance that it's a sound design session that we did on stream. Come on. Open. Show yourself. There we go. Oh, it's not. It's not necessarily a sound design project. It looks like there's actual something going on. Maybe we did drum sound design, that's a possibility. There we go. Oh, there's a lot turned off here. Let's turn that on. Let's see what we get. Oh wait, probably this pigment is missing something. Yes. That is in samples, packs, vocals. Okay. I wish my folders were this organized. Well, I mean, mine are not. We're doing it now. But mine are definitely not that organized either. Samples, packs. Then vocals. Packs. Ghost tag. This one. Then can I see not purple clouds And then I don't know. Fuck. Cancel. Can we... Ah, there we go. Purple clouds, PPC one-shots. Okay, there we go. That's what I needed to know. Samples. Packs. Vocals. Full packs. Ghost. Ultimate Vocal Library 3. Yo, why did you... God damn it. Now I lost it again. Why did you move? It's an atmosphere. I'm going to copy this real quick. Because it's a bit long. I can see where it is. There we go. Now I can actually see it. You know what? I can just edit this location. Because if I do this, copy this edited path, and then just drop that into my Explorer, then it should go to the right folder right away. It does. And then it is... atmosphere internal G minor. There we go. There we go. Now it should play back properly. Interesting break. Like this break. It's quite interesting. Just need some processing and some extra layers maybe. It's quite deep actually. I mean, it's not too bad, actually. It's a little idea, a little sketch for something, but it sounds better than I thought it would. This break, though, is pretty cool. That's pretty decent. I guess the whole drum. But I also like this pad quite a bit. Also quite like that one, and with that bass layered, it sounds kind of cool. It just needs a lot more stuff, but it could be an idea for something. Yeah, it has a good groove, exactly. Just needs to be filled out more. Should we put this into the finish folder? I mean, it's not much yet. But is it worthy to finish? Kinda is, even though it's not much yet. Which in that case, it would be the first thing in the finish folder. Definitely needs a lot of work though, but I do like that pad. Like how it opens up, the sound that it has. I think there's an LFO tool on here creating that groove. Yeah. See, so there's some volume movement on it. That is not here in this section. I'll put it into the finish folder because it might actually be a good one. So let's save and let's bounce this because I want to have audio bounces of those as well. This is in the key of D sharp like usual. That's probably gonna be a pretty often recurring key that I use because I love the key of D sharp. So let's bounce that. And we're gonna bounce that into the finish folder, which has one other folder, but that is just two projects that I already know sound good, that are worthy to finish. But we're gonna put this one in here, and I know that those two kind of sound good together. I'm not gonna play them right now because I don't feel like opening those up. But there's two projects in here that kind of have a sound that could go well together for an EP. So all the projects that are gonna end up in this finish folder, I'm basically gonna have to see which ones fit together with those other tracks. And yeah, that's what that folder is for. So this one could work if it's better, and if I work on it a bit more, then it might actually fit with those other projects as well, because it does have a similar kind of I guess a similar kind of sound, even though it's still not too much of a tune yet. The sound that this has does kind of fit, I think, with the other ones. So which one was this? This was Just Chatting and Chill, right? Yeah. Intro with guitar. That was fuck, I forgot. Was that for the intros? Yeah. Intros with guitar needs to go into the intros folder. And should we do one more? Well, I think this is going to be another intro, because this is called Just Some Intro Shit. Great title. And then this one needs to go into the finish folder. Let's see, maybe we'll do two more. How late is it? Okay, let's end at 2:30 a.m. It's getting late. Okay, Just Chatting and Chill goes into the finish folder. There we go. Let's fix this. So, yeah, I'm probably going to be bouncing quite a bit of samples from those projects in the in both the stems folder and the trash folder. The stems folder is more like, you know, that's just some good stuff in there. The trash folder is mostly just garbage. but there might be like 1 or 2 cool samples in there that I might want to take out of it before I delete the project. And those are going to be on Patreon. So, if you are watching right now and you feel like you might want to, you know, get those samples, then you can find me on Patreon. Patreon.com/artifacts. And you will be able to grab a lot of those samples as soon as I upload them. Okay, we got 2 more. That one. And that other one is in the same folder, so there we go. What is this? It's called just some intro shit, so it's probably an intro. Are we missing something? We probably are in this pigments. 3 samples have not been found, but I know where to find those. Wait, can I edit this? I can. That should fix it. But that's not working, so okay. Then I have to do it like this. Audio. Effects. Loops. Is it? Sound effects. Loops. Samplers. Why is that on the loops folder? Because that's one-shot samples, but whatever. This one. Is it automatically gonna find the other ones? No. Yo, pigments, you should be able to do that automatically. Because they're basically in the same folder. But for some reason it doesn't find those. What? Go. And this one. Why are you not loading? File not found. Why not? Should be there. Hmm? Why are you not working? Samples. Sound effects. Weird effects for samplers. Then we need the major one. There we go. Yeah, there we go. What is this? Let's move over here. What is this? Okay, that's weird. This is gonna go into the stems folder. This one is gonna go into the stems folder, and then let's open up Lost in Translation is the next one. And that's gonna be the last one that we'll do, then we'll end the stream. I'm gonna have plenty of projects to go through for Patreon though, that's one thing that's for sure. Because we have a ton of them in the stems and trash folders already. I'm probably gonna have enough projects for the next month's Patreon pack as well, to be quite honest. Now I think about it. Probably gonna have maybe for even the month after that as well. When I'm done going through all of these. It's probably gonna take me a little bit of time. Not sure if I'm gonna finish that this weekend, honestly. Because there's quite a lot of projects to go through. You go into the stems folder. And let's see what this thing sounds like. See orchestral here, so I think we have some orchestral stuff in this one. And Foley. Orchestral stuff and Foley. Is this one of those weird orchestral intros that I made? Could be. If it is, then it might actually be a good one for the EP, because, like I said, I'm working on an EP, and it's gonna be the first EP of a new artist name, basically a new alias. I'm gonna change my alias or my artist name when the EP is done, and it's gonna be the tracks I'm working on right now for it. They do have some orchestral stuff in it. So if this is a good orchestral thing, it might be a candidate to be used for that EP. Are we missing something? Let's see. I think we might be missing something, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we're not. Let's check real quick. With these tracks open. Oh no, I do think they work. Yeah, they do seem to work. I think this one is really quiet, by the way. I do like those, that pattern here. That chord progression is nice. Yeah, that's not that interesting, but the chord progression here is really good. Yeah, I like those chords quite a bit. What do we got here? Hey, that's a different pattern. That's a pretty cool sound, honestly. Oh, yes. Like, just this sound alone could be an idea for a different track. Just this chord progression or this chord progression, either one of the two. I like this, that one right there, that one over this bass note, like this one. That's nice. Like I might even, like taking this and then repeating it so that you get It's pretty cool, actually. Oh, what did I do? Undo that. So this one, yeah, what is that? Stems folder. There's a lot of good sounds in here. Some of these things are pretty cool too. Like those watery kind of things are pretty nice. Also, I think, yeah, I used Cult. I haven't used this too much yet on stream, but this plugin is fucking awesome. This plugin is amazing. Has some really interesting oscillators that basically move already. There's like a ton of modulation and movement in those oscillators. And it's an amazing plugin by Dawson. Should use it more on stream, actually. But that is what's creating that chord thing here. And that could be definitely a cool thing for a tune. So, save. And that is going to be moved into the stems folder. But before I do that, I'm going to end the stream. Thanks for watching. I'll be back. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow if I feel like it. Maybe we'll do another one of these. Because, I mean, I have so many more projects to go through. So if I feel like doing a stream tomorrow, then I'll do it. I'll let you guys know on Discord. If you want to join the Discord, link is in the description or in the chat. In just a little moment. Yes, do it. I mean, I might, if I feel like it. Maybe I'll be going through projects tomorrow and I find one that makes me go, oh, dude, I want to work on this one. I might stream that tomorrow, if I feel like it. Today I just wasn't really in the mood to make a tune, honestly, because I woke up with a hangover today. And, yeah. I guess this was a good thing to do for today, because I don't think we would have made much good music today with my hangover. Although I feel better now again. But man, when I woke up this morning, holy shit. It was a completely different story. Anyways, thanks for being here. Oh yeah, we need a Saturday stream. I mean, I don't have to work on Sunday, so I can stream Saturday if I feel like it. I'll see. I'll see. I'll let you guys know on Discord if I do go live tomorrow. If you want to support and you want to help support these streams and want to help support the EP production process and shit, you can go to my Patreon, patreon.com/artifacts, or the link in the chat that'll appear in just a moment. I'll be in the Discord after the stream as well. I'll be I'll take a little break and then I'll be in the Discord. So if you have any more questions or stuff that you want to ask or whatever, talk about your feelings, I don't know, come to the Discord and come hang out. We don't bite. We're a nice little community of how many people? I forgot how many people there's in the Discord, but not everybody is active, so there's a good select amount of people that are quite active, and if you want to come hang out with us and have a chat, then join the Discord. That's gonna be it. Thanks for being here, and yeah, I'll see you guys again in the next stream, which might be tomorrow, might not be tomorrow. I'll put these two after each other and just loop this. That's gonna be the end of the stream, the outro music, and that's gonna be it. So, thanks for being here, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace!